Hello. Hi there. Is anyone there? Let me see. Trying to make sure I can hear someone. Can somebody say something? Because I don't know if I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nope, I still can't hear you then. Something's wrong. Give me a second.
Well, good morning to you. Maybe I'm muted. No, I'm not muted. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, she just can't hear us.
Good morning.
We can all hear each other.
Yes, we can. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
I wish the teacher could hear us, then she could help us.
Say something.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. We cannot hear you, Deanna. Cannot hear you.
And you're supposed to go into chat, send it to her. So she was.
And then click what?
You put your message right in there.
What's the message?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and I can hear you. All right, so I don't know what's up with this computer, but I have two computers open because I have the two different Photoshop versions, but I don't know what's wrong with the sound on this one. So, great, I'm on the other one. All right, good morning, everyone. Morning,
Hi.
how's it?
Morning.
I'm happy to see some new faces who weren't here last last class. So let me move this over for a second because I had to open this one on kind of urgently. There we go. I'm going to open the chat, and can everyone kind of sign in, say, give a little good morning or something like that in the chat? There we go. And just to see, let me see. I'm looking at names. I believe. Let me see. Jen, were you here last? Who wasn't here last week?
I was, but I only logged in for a minute. Remember, I had
Oh, at the
power
morning.
outage.
I remember seeing your name, yeah, and I saw you just kind of flip in and out. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
just for a second. I had a full power outage, so there was nothing I could do.
That's fine. Did you get a chance to watch the recording?
No, I didn't. And I'll have to check and see if I got the recording because that doesn't ring a bell. And I'm accustomed to teachers sending me recordings for art classes mostly. So
okay, so anyone else who wasn't here last?
Yeah, I wasn't here.
Bud wasn't there. Okay, I believe everyone else is there. By the way, Rachel, could you please put your last name? Same with Deborah.
Oh.
I know it's Deborah Wolf, but could you guys, if you know how to change your names on your, I need your last names on the
Okay.
on the Zoom, because then that's how I do attendance. And the same with Moni, if you can put your last name there. Anyway, so did I or not send an email to you guys after class? Now that you're saying that, you make me doubt. I thought I sent an email to the whole class with links. It doesn't sound familiar to anyone.
I've seen most of the recording.
You did see the recording? You got the email?
Yeah.
So if you got it, everyone must have gotten it. Okay, phew.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
Got it.
That's a kind of an important email with all the links. Okay. That's okay. Jen, you can catch up next time, but mainly my question is whether for the two people who weren't here last week, Jen and Bud, do you guys have Photoshop, or do you have access to Photoshop, or what's your situation?
I'm going to use the online thing.
The VDI version? Okay, great. Have you tested getting on and you know how to get in?
Well, I think so. I haven't clicked on the icon this morning. I was a little worried about once I got in, how I got out properly.
Okay, so then, but you got in and then maybe you got out kind of weirdly. All right. Well, I'll walk yes all in again right now. How about you, Jen? What's your situation with Photoshop?
Number one, I found your email, so I have the
Oh,
email
good.
now with your links, right?
Great.
Number two, I am struggling with my Photoshop subscription. So I need to get SBCC to help me. Because
They
I
won't.
do, they won't see, this is the weird thing. So so because I had this before, through SBCC,
Oh,
it's not giving me the full suite of applications, even though I just re-upped because I know it's a license. So that's become a challenge. So, and
okay.
VDI,
Let me clarify. When you say you had it through SBCC and you said you work, do you work at City College? Or
no, no,
through
as
another one? Okay.
so
You just
I
had it as a student.
correct.
So okay, so it was working and it's not working anymore. Is it because Photoshop doesn't get given for free, you have to pay. If it was a while ago, did you
It was a
up
while
your
ago, about a year ago, and it was a 6-month license for the full suite.
okay.
And then, that 6 months expired. And now, so I paid for a year's license through the students
Okay.
through SBCC, and the message
Okay.
I'm getting is contact your administrator. But it's
Yeah.
through the college, it's through.
When you get that message, it's because instead of saying it was a personal account, you said it was a school account. That's something that
But I'm
what's that?
selecting personal. I'm selecting personal because individual.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to resolve this. And frankly, I'm about to call my credit card company and just have them challenge it because I'm not getting.
No. It's not. I mean, many of my students go through this. It's SBCC has nothing to do with it. They just because they're part of this group, you get the price. What I'm saying is, please let me finish. What I'm saying is they won't be able to help you. You need to contact tech support in collegebuys.org. They're the ones, because if you, I mean, you can go through SBCC, but they're going to tell you they can't do anything about it. I'm just saving you that trouble, because they're Photoshop, it's Adobe and Cengate and College Buys that need to be the ones. And sometimes people have, when they have this issue, sometimes it's Adobe who fixes it, but for the most part, they're all like, hey, we didn't sell you a subscription. It's College Buys. So it's College Buys that needs to figure out what's happening. There's something that happened in the installation that was weird. And Jack was having that trouble and he's raised his hand. So
Yeah.
can you tell us what you did? Because he emailed me about this over the weekend. Yeah. What happened
We
to work?
We ended up emailing the FCCC people and explaining what happened. And when you
FCCC, okay, not SBCC. The FCCC is the
The
Foundation for
foundation.
City Colleges. Got it. Yeah.
and they said that Adobe has changed their sign up thing. And when you actually start to sign up and you go in, don't choose the one that says found FCCC / Santa Barbara City College. Choose the one that just says FCCC, and then you get everything. But
Yeah,
the first thing you have to do, they said, was sign out of the Adobe Cloud altogether and start over.
I
Okay.
will try that. I've tried that a couple of times and I didn't so College Buy, sounds like number one, contact College Buys.
Yeah,
Number
just email
two,
them.
email them. Okay, I'll
That's the
email
only
them.
way you can get through to them.
That's
Yeah.
what I thought. And that's where I ran into this problem that you guys have obviously experienced, Jack and probably Jack's wife.
Leslie is my wife.
Is because the message you get back from College Buys is contact your administrator. We can't help you.
And
So that's,
Yeah.
so then it's go to the, and I knew that it was not SBCC, it was Foundation, right? It's the Community College Foundation
Yeah.
of California, a
Right.
larger,
Right.
and I've
Yeah.
done described, log out of Creative Cloud, because what it's doing is recognizing a previous, you only
Yeah.
have one email, the college email, to verify your account. So they're using,
So Jen, let me
Dr.
interrupt you for a minute.
please.
Is there any chance that you actually completely signed out from zero and started the installation again? Because Jack didn't have an old account. He had an old one, but like not through City College. So if you already had one through City College, if you completely sign out and then begin again, maybe that works. Just give that a try, because it's what they said they did. And what email did you write to? Can you tell us in the chat what email you wrote to, you guys, Jack? And
I will,
remind me your name. I'm sorry, what was your wife's?
My wife's name is Leslie.
Leslie.
Thank you, Leslie. I know you've been my student, but I was drawing a blank. So Leslie and Jack, can you guys put the email that you used down there to make sure that it's, the same one? And then maybe you can even, if they emailed you back, can you like maybe email me that? I can't give away people's emails, but if you send it to me, I'll forward it to Jen. That way, maybe she can try whatever your email says, and then let's see if that works, okay?
Okay, I will start looking for it on my computer.
All right, thank you, Leslie, and thank you, you guys.
I think it's here.
Real quick question for Jack and family. So they sent you to Acrobat or Adobe. Is that where they sent you, where College by sent you to get this resolved?
What they told us to do was completely log out of Adobe and then start to set it up again. And when you get to the point where it's when you've said it's a personal account and you get all the way down to the bottom and they're signing you in, you have two choices. You can either take the foundation by itself or the foundation connected to City College. Take only the foundation connected with, not connected to anything, but just itself, and then you'll get everything. Then you'll be allowed to install everything.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much. I've got a student who can't get in, who's emailing me. I'm trying to deal with that, and then we'll get going. So meanwhile, everyone get into Photoshop, whichever way you've, got it going. And Jen, if you don't have it set up for now, I'm going to walk through getting into VDI. So connect through VDI for today. And that's what we'll do until you can get it running. Okay. So open a browser. Anyone who's going to go through VDI, open a browser. And I'll get with you guys in a second. I'm emailing the student and sending them the link again, because somehow they're not getting in. So one sec. Okay. Okay, let's hope they get in. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen and walk into VDI. That way everyone can, who needs to, can follow through with me. I'm putting a link in the chat right now. That link gets you, if you can click on that link, it'll get you to the page that I'm about to share. By the way, everyone go ahead and open Photoshop and Bridge, okay? Not just Photoshop. Get both opened up. And here we go. So the link that I wrote in there on the chat gets you to this page, and otherwise it's vmvu.sbcc.edu. That's kind of what you need to type in to get to this page. But otherwise, if you click that link, you'll get here. So one thing that I established last week, how we communicate with people when it's a group trying to connect and things like that, we're going to be using the little reactions button, which is the little smiley faces and emojis and all that. So in this moment, I need to know who is going to be connecting to VDI. So I'll see who I need to keep track of. So if you're connecting through VDI, please give me a little yes, a little green check mark. Okay. So, Jen, you weren't here. Do you know where to find that little reactions button? Yes, you do.
I do, I
And
did.
Bud,
But
yes, you do. Okay. Who else is connecting
Question?
through VDI? Excuse me, Jen, yes?
So I put in the link and it asked me if I want to launch the native client or the Horizon HTML access. Which
Yeah.
one?
So can you see my computer? Can you see my computer?
Yes.
I'm sharing it. I'm about to, if you can see what I'm doing, I'm sharing the process, okay?
Okay.
Are you able to see both at the same time? Did you move me to half the screen so you can use the other half?
So I'm on my phone. I'm using my phone and my computer. I'll be working on my
Oh.
computer and looking at you on my
Okay.
phone. So I can see
Okay.
you just fine and your screen.
So you can see me. Okay. So I was just waiting to make sure everyone was here, and I believe Rebecca just joined us, and we were having trouble joining Rebecca. There you are.
Yeah. I'm having a lot of trouble joining.
I know, but it's interesting. I'm seeing you sideways. I've never had that before. In Zoom. You're kind of like-
Yeah, I was on my iPad and then it was on the phone and I finally went to the computer, but it thinks it's doing the video of the phone.
Yeah, I was just trying to connect to help you connect. Okay, well, you're here. Just remind me, do you have Photoshop or are you going in on VDI?
I believe I have Photoshop.
Okay.
I downloaded it.
So at this point, it's just Jen and Bud. Okay, so I'm going to get going with the process. So we go to the right side to VMware HTML access. Here we go. And Jen, until you get Photoshop worked out, after this, you can, I in the email that I sent, I have the link to a video that just shows you this process specifically. And then there's also the whole class, that shows you how to connect in general. All right. I'm going to enter my username and password here to SBCC, but in order to get VDI to work, you need to have had set up your two-factor authentication. But did you do that since you saw the recording? I can't hear you. You're muted.
So-
Yes, I did.
You did it? Okay. And Jen, do you have two-factor authentication set up?
It's wanting me to download something.
You need to set up your two-factor authentication. I'm gonna
Apparently. I
send
can
you
do
the-
that and not hold up class,
Yeah,
obviously.
go ahead and I'll send you the link on the instructions on, well, you can click on the link there and it'll show you the process.
Yeah, I just need to go to downloads for VM Horizon client for Mac OS, right? That's
No,
it.
no,
Just
no,
click
no,
it
no.
down.
No.
Don't?
Here, when you start, just click on the right side, which tells you to use the HTML client. This one.
Let's go back there.
Somehow
Okay.
is my window not? Oh, I have a new window being shared.
Complete. Okay, got it. Yeah, I missed the right click portion, so there was just that little step.
Click on the right side, yeah. Then when you try to get in, what it's gonna tell you is that, hold on now,
Oh
that
no,
you
it's
need to set up. This is something we did last week. I'm gonna let you do it. When you try to sign in to SBCC, it's gonna ask you to set up a two-factor authentication. That's the thing that you need to do before you can get into VDI. So click on the link that tells you how to do that, and then hold on, because it's asking me for my two-factor authentication. Here's my phone for my code. You need to get that set up, and then so go ahead and set that up, and then when you tell me that you're set up with that, I can walk you through the VDI. Okay. 724. There we go. And I'm gonna not save, unfortunately. I think I took too long between it beginning or not. Okay, and then you'll get into this. Now, you guys don't have all of these options. You just have a student desktop, okay? So, but are you and are you here? You're still muted?
Can I share my screen so you can see where I've arrived
Yeah, go
at?
ahead and share your screen. And then after this, you guys, I'm just gonna walk Bud in. He knows how to do it. He did the recording. Let's see what's happening. Jen, I'm gonna let you either until when you're done with the whole two-factor, let me know, and then I'll try to catch you up as much as possible so that we can keep going. So yeah, go ahead and share. Perfect. Okay, that's great. You're in the right place. Since I was helping Jen, you went faster than me. You need to click on that. No, click on that sign in with browser. leave that. Yeah, click on the sign in with browser and what's happening? Okay, go to the where it says Google Drive, sign in with browser. And click on the word sign in with browser. Can you hear me?
Yes,
What's
it's just
happening?
I've got a Windows problem here.
So that's interesting. What's that thing that's flashing? It's kind of weird. Okay, if you put your mouse inside of that Google Drive, can you? Yeah, and click on that. Or are you getting in that weird window?
Okay.
There it is.
Oops.
There we go. And then put in your entire pipeline email address, username at pipeline.sbcc.edu. There we go. Cool. Say next. And then you can click on that little tabby thing that's kind of occupying half your window. Click on that tab to make it disappear. Yeah. And then I go say sign in. Cool. And you can close this window now. And now you can open Bridge and Photoshop and you're there. So you can close this window that says authenticate status, Google, whatever, close that one. And there we go. So now I'll share my screen and we'll get going. Okay, everyone else has access to the files. Everyone, you know, kind of remembers how to get to everything. Any questions there before I launch in, or is everyone okay?
Mine
Right at this point,
didn't work.
Rebecca, what are you trying to do? Photoshop or VDI? Like, do you have your own Photoshop or are you trying to do VDI?
Photoshop, but it said I couldn't open it because there was some installer working in the background.
What's
So-
working in the background?
Yeah, I don't know. My Creative Cloud, when I click on it, it says another installer is working in the background.
An installer.
Yeah,
Did
and
you-
now it's updating. Creative Cloud update fails, and I try to cancel it.
No, well, I was trying to update it. Don't cancel it. Are you, I'm trying to think, are you doing it? Did you just buy it? Did you just get it and have you installed it yet or what?
I thought I had, yeah, but it was on Safari. And then they asked if I wanted to download it to my desktop. So maybe it's running on my desktop.
No, can you share your screen to see what's happening? Because it shouldn't.
Diana? Creative
Yes,
Cloud-
Ed.
Creative Cloud was down this morning when I tried to go into it.
Oh,
So that may be the issue.
Oh, and
Uh-oh.
it says somebody else is sharing, so I can't share.
okay, yeah, I'm stopping my share. Go ahead and share your screen. That's good to know. Thank you, Ed. Sorry guys, usually the second class we have a few minutes of this, but okay, Creative Cloud update failed. So go ahead and say cancel. And let's see, you're on a Mac.
Mhm.
Go ahead, create update available, close the Creative Cloud, like go up to the top left of the Apple and say quit. Yeah, and now just do a search for Photoshop and let's see if perchance you had a version available. Yeah, click on that one and write Photoshop. The fact that it's not coming up tells me you don't have it installed. So yeah, that's not good. And you don't probably have Bridge either. So you do need to go to the Creative Cloud. And if it's down, that'll be a problem. In which case, maybe grab a browser and get into VDI. That's all I can tell you. Go to VM View. There you have it. You have the quick link. It's already there from last week. See down in the bottom under the search, click on that. Yeah, and do it this way. Say log in.
Oh.
And oh, yeah.
It didn't like that password, so I have to look up what the password is. And I
Well,
think
is it AYE or EYE? Because you have two different things signed in. Is that the right username?
I believe so.
Okay.
Unless it has to be at Pipeline.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. And then your password, yeah, I can't help you ever with passwords. That's the only thing you have to do on your own.
Uh, Look
Keep
it up.
trying over the morning with Creative Cloud. Let me go to Creative Cloud, see if it tells me anything. My Creative Cloud is working. Let me see. My Creative Cloud is working, so give Creative Cloud another try. That would be your best bet, because I'm not having issues with it. Okay, ignore that. Go and open your Creative Cloud. Let's give that one more try. And if not, then you have to figure out your password before you can start. Yeah. So click on Creative Cloud, and it's saying, oh, the Creative Cloud is saying that it needs to update, right? Click, yeah, go ahead and hide this so I can see underneath. Creative Cloud update failed. Another installer is currently running.
Yeah,
Please check for other installers. Go ahead and say cancel, and let's see if you have, go ahead and do a command tab. Hold down your command key and then do tab, tab, tab. You don't seem to have another installer running. Can you try to completely shut down your computer? Let's go up to the Apple and see if there's any process you need to start. Go to the Apple. Yeah, click on the Apple. Click on that to get the menu. And no, not the first thing, but click on the whole menu bar and go to quit, force quit. And let's see. There's no one's, what's the find? There's no installer running. So maybe it is Creative Cloud having an issue. I was going to say restart your computer, but you don't have any installer running. Yeah, go in where it says always keep Creative Cloud update. Like you have a little window there that says update, but there's a slider that says no, yeah, that one, turn that off. And let's see if maybe then it doesn't, it lets you open without updating.
okay.
If you do try to update, yeah, try that again and then see if now it lets you open
Now
without
try
updating.
update or not.
No, now that you said no, quit and then start again, and maybe it lets you open without updating. Sorry, guys, this is one I haven't run across. Maybe it is just that the cloud is down. Yeah.
And it clicked it back on.
Yeah, because it's not responding. Okay, then what you need to do is just go find somehow, work on your password, get into VDI, and when you're ready, I do need to keep going today with class because everyone's kind of
Yeah, go
waiting.
ahead.
So give that a try.
If necessary,
need
I
help,
will watch
If
the
you
video.
can't figure this out, click on the Zoom link I gave you in the email and go to tech support and they can help you figure out your password, okay? Don't go
Okay.
more than, if you already have 2 strikes, don't continue because you only get 3 more. You only get 2 more. So,
I have 2 passwords in my password, so I'll try the other one.
okay, I'm gonna stop your share and
Okay.
go ahead and give that a try. And meanwhile,
Okay.
we'll get going. Okay. So, all right. So other than Jen and Rebecca,
One note, we just put the email address in for the foundation in the chat.
oh, good. Let's see.
That's who we sent it to, collegebuys@foundation.org.
BCCC.org.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
And let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and thank you. Did you see that, Jen? That's the email that they put in there.
I
Okay,
sure did.
one is Bridge and one is Photoshop.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that. Okay, anyway, thank you. Perfect.
Yeah. Who just asked? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. Who just asked that? Oh, was it Jen? You wanted to know?
Nope, I just
Okay,
confirmed
so
got your message. Thank you. Bridge. Got it. Thanks. And I got the
okay,
other.
got it. And did you get into VDI? Are you all? Did you do your 2-factor?
I did, and I'm.
Okay, cool.
I did. I am. It's not going to work, unfortunately, but I'm in. It says my graphics processor is incompatible, so.
No. That's not. That's fine. That's VDI. That's VDI will do that, and you're fine. Just say okay and continue. That's VDI tells you that, and then you say okay and you continue. It's not your computer. It's theirs.
Oh,
It's
great.
the computer, so don't worry about that. All right, here we are. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start with, I'm gonna go to Bridge, okay? And just as a reminder to people of how to get to your class files, one thing, so last week we got to this place, and people who are already were here last week will be here. And this is not for you, Bud. This is for people who have it in their computer. So give me a second. I'll show you in Google how to do this. But this is for people who already had the bridge pointing to the right place. I want to show you something. In this case up here, my folder called Fall 2023 is in the folder called Downloads in my computer. So if I back up one link down to Downloads, then we'll find that folder, right? And right now I have a mess of stuff in my computer. But if you find that folder, and I'm going to go ahead and search it over here because oh, here it is. So find the folder. So you just back up one, find the folder, and then drag it right there into the bottom of that black area. There you go. And you make like a little quick access to it, so you don't have to find it at any point. In case you use this for anything else and you get lost, now you just click there. And when you open Bridge, it takes you straight to the folder with the class files. So once again, back up one from wherever yours folder, your file is, and just head down one, find that folder, and then drag the entire folder over here. And that's the quick access. That's what this is a favorite. It's quick access to places you want to get to. All right, so that's for people who have their regular one. For VDI, see this message here, Jen? Everyone gets it. It's a VDI thing. So I'm going to say okay to that. And then I'm going to head over to Bridge. Now, did you get a chance to sign in to Google Drive?
No, I guess that's what it's asking me to do. In Photoshop, it's saying this is a shared device. Sign in with my email.
No.
See, I'm getting a different screen from you. I'm not getting.
Okay, go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, remember, I'm on my phone with you.
Yeah. Oh, and your computer, you didn't connect to Zoom? Yeah, I'm sorry. I can tell, I forget that you weren't here the first time where I explained these things. Whenever you have a computer and another screen, which is a great way to do this, the second computer has to be signed in too. That way people run into troubles and I just go share your screen and I help you out in a second. So whenever you can, sign in with the other one as well, and then I'll help you. Thomas?
Yeah, I don't have the file. I'm sorry, I'm behind, I guess, from last week.
Okay, so do you remember how to get into the class files?
You go into Pipeline, right?
Yeah, and then go into Google Drive.
Right.
And then go into shared drives.
Right.
So I'm gonna now share my last screen.
And then Photoshop shared drive. That's the
Yep.
one.
Photoshop shared drives, perfect. And then you go into shared drives, and then you look over there, you should see Photoshop shared drive. Double click on that. And then the first folder right there, Fall 2023 downloads, you right click or click on those three dots and download it. Did you see this folder? Unless you're looking at it in this other view, which is possible, then it's this
I see the folder, but I don't see the three dots.
Then just right click and you'll get the download.
And that's control click. Okay.
Yeah, right. That would be control click if you're on a Mac. Okay. So right click, control click, and download. If you're on a Mac and your right click isn't working, I can help you enable it. Ask me during break, because you should be able to use your right click. I mean, control click works, of course, too, but you can also enable a right click on whatever system you're wearing.
On the mouse that I'm using?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask.
So ask me during break, okay? Because that's
right.
like a thing that's got nothing to do with Photoshop. All right. So now I'm in VDI, and so Jen, what you need to do is sign into Google Drive, but whenever you're connected, let me know, and then I'll help you figure out how to connect to that. All right. So, oh, Jen, VDI is asking you for an email. Yes, because this is the first time you connect to VDI, you need to give them your pipeline email. And you're in VDI, so this is your school pipeline email. Okay, I don't know if that was from before or now. 32, so maybe it was just now. It's to open photo. I think you already said you already have it open. Okay, so here's the first thing. The only thing I want to say to everyone before I start on today's file is if you have Bridge kind of floating around in front of Photoshop, or even Photoshop kind of floating around kind of like that, and Bridge is behind, becomes really confusing to know which is what, because in the end they kind of, you know, begin to look the same. So I highly recommend, certainly if you're on VDI, you guys know how you have your computers, but especially if you have a small computer screen of any kind, I highly recommend maximizing both of the Photoshops. So both of the apps. So go ahead and click on this little, between the close or the minimize, there's this little guy, you maximize and it fills your screen. And then you use the menu bar down here, the taskbar, to click to the next one and then maximize that one as well. And then you basically, to go from one to the next, you just click on Bridge. When I say go to Bridge, you click on Photoshop when you go to Photoshop, and then you don't have to be wondering which one you're in. And that's moving things around, which a lot of people begin to move things around and they hide parts of it. If you're on a Mac, it's similar on the dock. You can see Photoshop and Bridge as two little icons, and you can switch from Bridge to Mac like that, going to the icons, okay? All right, the only last thing that's left to be done is that if you are in Bridge on in VDI, you need to connect to the files going to Google Drive. So this is for you, bud. Click on this PC. Click on this PC, and then open your Google Drive right there.
I don't know how to find Bridge.
Oh, click on, it's just like Photoshop. Type here to search and say Bridge. You know? Or you can also click on the start menu here, and then you'll see it, Adobe Bridge right there, BR. Okay. One thing I'm noticing, and usually by the second day, most people have, you know, we did this the first day. So I'm just reflecting on myself that next time I'll send an email to have people who missed the first class come in at 9 and everyone else join at 9:15, even the second day. But anyway, so that we can deal with those kind of things on their own. I apologize to everyone else, but here we go. So did you open Bridge now, bud?
In the search box, it won't come up if I put in
Go ahead and
Adobe Bridge.
share your screen. Share your screen. Share your screen. I should have had a file ready for you guys to work on while I'm doing this, but okay, so click on that tab and get rid of it. That's not where you should search on stuff, and that's not the Photoshop you have it open. Did you open Photoshop from here?
Yes.
No, then close that tab and close that Photoshop. That's not what we need. So close that little tab on the left side where it says running, student desktop, all of that. Just there's a little tab, like a little folder there. Yeah, close that Photoshop. And then close that whole thing with that little kind of tab thing that sticks out. Yeah, close that. Yeah, forget that. Okay, this is your Windows desktop. We're not running VDI apps. We're running, this is like you got to the school computer. So now you go down to the little, where it says type here to search. Go down there, and yeah, and then if you actually even faster, you can do Bridge in there, but you could also go ahead and write Bridge. There we go. Go up and say open to that one, Adobe Bridge. Double click on that. So when that opens, you're fine. Now go down to type here to search and say Photoshop and open that, and then wait until both open up. Okay, it takes a little time because you're on Zoom, so it's taking longer. So go ahead and write Photoshop. And there you go, open that one. Cool, and they're both opening. No, you did a search. Go and close that up. Close that window. You clicked on something that's not the app, but you're in Bridge right now, so that's good. So head over to the left where it says favorites, and yeah, just forget it. We're gonna open Photoshop from Bridge. Close this up. Don't worry, just go to Bridge. I need you to be in Bridge so that we can say sign in. So now you have to put in your pipeline email address. This you do only once and then never again. Bridge knows you are you. Pipeline, your username at pipeline.sbcc.edu. Pipeline.sbcc.edu. Okay, continue. You know, I wasn't aware it would take this long. I would have told you all to go and come back in 20 minutes. I'm sorry. .sbcc.edu. All right. Okay, and now that's done, because now just close this window up the top when it says what's new. Just go to the top X there and close that up. Great. And now on the left side, click on this PC. Yep. And now go ahead and I thought you had signed into your Google Drive.
Well, I did.
Yeah, but it's not there, which is weird. Okay, let's guys, everyone else, take 10 more minutes and come back, because if this isn't working and Jen isn't there either, and Rebecca is having problems, be back in, I'm sorry, be back in 10 minutes, okay? All right, so let me tell you what to do. Let's check out your Google Drive. So head down to at the very bottom where you see the taskbar with all your apps. The white, there's a bar there. Yeah, keep going down there. Yeah. Now move all the way to the right. Far right. Yeah. And you're going to the one inside, because this is your real one. And the one up, the black one inside is the one on BDI. So go up to the black, put your, yeah, that one, and click on that. Yeah, exactly there. Try again. And we should see the Google, like, click again. And see on the right side, there's that Google icon. So move over to the there's the third row, the middle icon. So move your mouse into those little icons and I'll tell you which.
I'm not actually seeing that.
You clicked on an arrow and a little and 6 little icons are showing up, or 8. You don't see
You're
that?
seeing these icons, but I'm not here. I don't know why.
All right, let's do this. Let me see. Can you see a message that says request remote control or allow remote
Yes.
control? Go ahead and say yes to that. Okay, now don't move your mouse anymore, and I'm going to be working on your computer for a second so I can see it. You might have like Zoom here in the way or something, but this little icon there, you're not seeing? Okay,
No.
well, there we go. Sign in with browser. You probably had signed in that other system that you were using and not in here. So go ahead and sign in there again. You probably, you know, I didn't know that you weren't in the right place when you were in VDI. So maybe that's the one you had signed into. All right, say next. And now you have to say sign in. Yep. And you've signed in. Okay, so now I'm going to close this for you, and don't move your mouse. I'm just going to reset this out and back into this PC. Okay, so now there it is. There's Google Drive. Okay, so go double click on Google Drive. Perfect. And now share drives. And now Photoshop shared drive, don't open it yet. Well, actually, go ahead and open, yeah, I'm sorry, open that one more time. I apologize. And then in here, wait a second, and at the very top, you'll see a folder. And grab that folder and drag it into the left side. So we'll wait for a second here until it appears. They're all coming in, but we need to wait until there. Grab that folder and drag it to the left to where it says, you know, this PC pictures, and put it underneath that. Yep. Go ahead and click and drag. Oops, try it again. It was still resetting. Yeah, go for it. No, something. Okay, don't move your mouse. I'll do it. Don't move your mouse anymore. There we go. I don't know why it's not going, but there we go. Cool. There's your files, and they'll pop in. Now, I'm going to open Photoshop for you, and then I'll go and make sure that everyone else is ready to go. So look what I'm doing. I'm clicking on this little arrow right there. If you don't want to write Photoshop, you click on not the arrow, the 4 windows, and then I'll scroll up because it's showing me all the Adobe things. And then I can, whoops, I went too far. Just a little bit further up, and look, mouse is kind of hard to control when I'm this far when I'm controlling, but you just go a little bit lower down, and there comes Photoshop. And you can open Bridge from there and Photoshop from here. So I'm going to click on Photoshop right there. And now it's opening up in the background. So you're totally set to go. I'm going to stop your share. And Jen, where are you at?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I put in a note in chat. So I actually got in through Creative Cloud now. So that's good.
Okay,
And
so did you download the class files?
I've not downloaded class files.
Okay, so share your screen and let me do it for you, because at this point we need to go fast. Wait, you didn't connect yet.
No, I didn't do Zoom. Hold on.
Okay, so no, it's okay. Then I'll show you what to do, and you go do it. Here we go. Let me share my screen. And Rebecca, where are you at?
I'm back at my email on Pipeline, trying to figure out how to get started.
Okay. So let me catch hand up. So go to a tab, any tab. Jen, go to a browser tab and go to Pipeline again.
Okay, hold on. I have it open. I should. Chrome. Okay. The easier way is going to be just going to your email and going to Zoom and opening it real quickly.
No, I'm just talking about it's not in my Zoom. You need to open a browser and get to the Google Drive and Pipeline. So you need to go to Pipeline. It's got nothing to do with my email.
I know what you mentioned was you being able to come through my computer and download the file quickly.
But you said you're not connected. You said you're not connected. So forget that. I'm just showing you what to do. I can only get into your computer like I did with Bud if your computer that you're working on is being shared. So just go ahead and go to Pipeline. Oh, you're trying to do it. You're trying to set yourself up in the other computer. I hear you.
Yes. Okay. So much quicker if I just click on the link for Zoom and then let you have access to my computer.
Got it. Do that. Meanwhile, I'll help Rebecca. Okay, Rebecca, where are you? Can you share your screen? I can walk you through how to share your screen. No, there you go. You're sharing it. Okay, perfect. So let's see what's happening here. You're on a Mac. You are on VDI.
Do you want to go back and see my?
Yeah, back up. This is your whole Zoom thing. Okay. I can't, after break, you can stay a little bit after class. I can sit back and try to help you with the whole college buys. But right now, I'm just going to get in through your Zoom thing. So let's do this. I'm going to request remote control. You're going to have to give me permissions. Do you see a sign that says yes? Okay, good. So don't do anything else. I'm going to sign you into VDI. You need to put in passwords and pipelines and stuff like that. But is this Safari? Yeah, this won't work. Let's open Google, because for VDI, you need to be in Google.
The problem is the Safari put in the password and I got in like that, but it
Got
went in
it.
so fast I couldn't see the password.
Uh,
And I've done 4 tries, and if I do one more, then I'm locked out. And when I try to ID myself, it says I don't exist.
It's just, okay, then I'll give it a try. It doesn't normally VDI, it doesn't like VDI, but okay, we'll do it here. So vmview.sbcc.edu. Okay, I'm gonna click on that. And did set up go to your phone or whatever and get your code that you just received.
322772.
322772. Okay, continue.
Oh, this is what happened, and then I had to do it with Chrome.
Yeah, because it's Safari, exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't like
So I'm gonna
Safari.
put Safari. You need to do it through Chrome, yeah. But you said here you don't remember your pipeline address, so it's not typing. Are you moving your mouse?
Do you want me to?
No, don't move or type it because, yeah, vmview.sbcc.edu. I can do it now. It's responding. It just stopped responding. Okay. We need to go to vmview. So don't move your mouse. Don't move your mouse.
Okay,
Let me do it.
I'm not near anything.
Okay, because you have the link right there. I'm gonna go to that one. When it works, and when it doesn't, it gets really.
But then if you hit show password, it says
I
not
know.
used.
Okay,
It's like-
you have one more. Okay, so then I don't know. You need to go to Zoom. You need to go to the email, like I said before, that I sent you, and click on find my email, and click on like disconnect from this Zoom. Go to tech support and have them help you with this password because you can't do it on Safari and Google Chrome doesn't remember your password. Okay, so
Yeah.
just go to my email, and at the
Mhm.
bottom of the email, there's I don't want to open your email to go, go find it. And you'll see in my email at the bottom, there's if you need help with Zoom, click on this link. You have to disconnect from this one, from this Zoom, because you can't do it. Click on that link and then go ask them to help you with your school password because you're down to 1 strike. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And then when you're done and you can get in again, ask them to help you get into VDI, like ask them to help you with your password, get into VDI, and then connect to this Zoom again. Okay. And then
Okay.
I'll catch you up to wherever you're at.
Oh, okay, and I can watch it again tomorrow
Yes.
or
Yes.
Monday.
You guys can always watch the recording. All right.
Thank you.
Jen, you're in on your second computer. You want to share?
Yes, so you want me to share my screen?
Yes. You share your screen. Meanwhile, Dan, your hand is up. I can't hear you. There you
Okay,
go.
so on Bridge on the left where it had the favorites, that went away and now it shows collections.
All right. Go ahead, Jen. I'm waiting for you to share your screen. So while you share your screen, I'm answering a question. Do you need a hand with that? Hold on, Dan. Are you getting asked for permissions or stuff like that? Jen, are you getting permissions questions and stuff?
I am, yes, it's asking me which I want to share, my desktop, my whiteboard.
Okay,
my
say
iPad.
desktop, say desktop. And then go to the right and say share again.
It's asking me for open system preferences.
Exactly. Go ahead and open system preferences. Keep telling me what it says and I'll walk you through it, but you need to tell me where you're at each time.
That's it. Now
Okay.
it's disappeared. It's not asking me any more questions.
Well, click on open system preferences though.
I
And then
did.
Okay, now, are you on Ventura? Are you, what operating system are you using? Do you know?
Let's see here, system preferences. I'm not sure. For my
Just stay wherever it leads you. It's just that there's 2 ways depending on, no, stay where it leads you. Don't move around. If you're in system preferences or system settings, that's the big question. Does it say
I'm
preferences?
not in anything. Right now, I'm looking at a Zoom meeting screen.
All right. Then when you said open system preferences,
Yes.
it took you there. So go and bring that one up again from your dock or something, click on it.
Here's what it says now. Zoom would like to record this computer screen.
Exactly.
Deny that.
No, say yes. I'm trying to get you to share your screen.
Okay, well, that's fine. We're just on record. That's a little odd.
No,
Okay.
I'm recording this whole thing. This
I
whole-
know that.
Yeah.
You and I seem to be on a different wavelength. No, I mean, it's no problem. We're just.
You know what,
and
Jen? I have an idea. I have an
Yeah.
idea. I'm more than happy to keep helping you. I'm getting nervous. You are totally right. I've got 20
Yeah.
students waiting.
Agreed.
I
Yes.
totally get it. So,
I can play around on the application while we're doing class without the class files. It won't be as as advantageous, but I can follow afterward with the recording.
Got
'Cause
it.
I do not want to hold up class at
All right.
all.
Perfect.
So,
And you
I've
know
got
what you
creative
can
class.
also do? I have another suggestion.
Yes.
Go to my email, click on the link that shows you the video for how to get the class files, get them. And then when you've got them, tell me, hey, I got them now. And then you can keep up with us. Okay.
Sure.
And
Sounds
let's do that. So perfect. I'm sorry for my attitude. Yes, I'm getting a little bit, I see myself, I hear myself, I'm not happy with where I'm at. So I'm going to calm down. And everyone who is here, let's keep going. Hopefully everyone came back. Hopefully everyone is back in the Zoom. And I'm gonna now share my screen, and here we go. All right. So last class, we got to opening Photoshop and getting an idea of how to move around all of the workspaces and stuff like that. By the way, I'm sorry, Dan, you had a question about, you were seeing collections here
Yeah.
on the bottom. Are you on a PC or on a Mac?
I'm on a PC.
Okay, so let me share what the PC looks like, which is like this. So you're in here in collection. So you might have lost your favorites or something
Yeah.
like that if you're not
Yeah.
seeing this. So up
Yeah.
at the top where it says essentials, are you still in essentials?
Yes.
See these two little arrows? Go ahead and choose
Okay.
choose again, or let's go to essentials and reset to saved layout. Reset to saved layout.
Okay.
And now do you see the favorites?
All good.
All good?
Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So what I'm noticing though is that I showed you how to do this, but I walked out of my own. So fall 2023, Photoshop shared drives and fall. Okay. So actually, let me put that there. These are all my summer ones. Remove from favorites, remove from favorites, and remove from favorites. Okay, cool. I've got the class files. All right. Okay. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so I can see them. Force this little arrow there so that you can change the size of how you see these. I don't recommend getting too big because then it, if you want to see them bigger, remember that you just have to hold it and do you just need to click it and then hit your space bar and it moves up. So let's go back down to this bottom one. That's this umbrella, which is what we we're opening last week. Let's open it again. If you just double click from here, it'll open in Photoshop. So let's do a double click and open that in Photoshop. And now we're going to start doing some work on these files. And I'm going to go to my other bridge here and open the same umbrella in the bottom. And here we go. All right. So if anyone did not get to the umbrella, let me know. And if so, then I'll help you. But otherwise, I'm moving forward. Yep, Deborah. You're muted. Yeah.
I did not get to the umbrella yet.
Are you
when I'm in Bridge, I can show you my screen if you want. When I'm in Bridge, I can see what's on my computer.
Okay, go ahead and go share with me.
Okay.
And you did save your files. You did download.
They're in my downloads.
Okay, so go ahead and share your screen and I'll help you catch them.
Okay. Hang on. I'm not fast about moving.
No worry.
Okay. And
I'm going back into my Zen mode where it's all good. I need to get there. It's just like I had gotten out of it and I'm slowly moving back into it. So no need to apologize for anything that's happening.
Wine
Okay,
helps.
What's that? I know. I just have water. All right.
think I'm doing it.
Yeah, you are. I'm seeing
Okay.
your screen, so that's good. All right, so head down to bridge, which is there on your left side. There, perfect. And then go to wait, yeah, go there, go to users, Deborah, click close documents there and keep scrolling down until you get to down. No, not go to Deborah Wolf, one over.
Okay, yeah, here.
One over.
Oh,
yeah.
one of this one.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then on the moving around side of there and just scroll down because you're in documents and you need to get to your downloads. No. On the left side where it says Deborah Wolf, you're not there yet. No.
You mean
Yeah, scroll
over
down.
here?
Just, yeah, scroll a little bit further down. You have to, you opened up your document, so it's taking forever to get there. You go. Downloads right in the middle of it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I was in it before.
But I just saw it. So
Yeah,
close that.
closed
There it is,
documents.
downloads.
There's
Click on
downloads.
that. Click on
Okay,
that.
open downloads. Okay.
Mhm. So
Am I right clicking or left clicking?
no, just click on it because it'll come
Okay.
up in the.
It
You're
just
not.
isn't.
You're in your libraries. You're not in your essentials view. At the very top of the screen where it's showing essentials, libraries, film strip, like go up. Leave that and up higher and go to the right. The middle of the screen. Yeah, go to essentials.
Essential?
Your mouse was there on something called libraries. Yeah,
Okay, hang on.
there,
I'm looking.
essentials. I see it. You're almost touching it. Maybe you have Zoom in the way.
No, I don't think so, but
Yeah.
I've got my mouse on 15 participants.
Okay, so bring it down a tad and move it to the right. Like, yeah, that's the Zoom tools are getting in the way of you seeing it. So
Close, minimize Zoom.
no, I'm gonna request remote control. Let's see if you have it set up for that. If not, you might need to go to system preferences. Do you see a
Okay.
request remote control?
Yeah.
Okay, don't move your mouse. You don't see it, but right here, you have the Zoom tool, so you're not seeing this. So I'm gonna make your bridge a tad shorter. I'm gonna click on essentials, which is what you need. Don't move your mouse because it's not.
I'm not touching anything.
All right, yeah, it's not responding right now. Huh. All right. It's
Did I not, do you think I maybe didn't give permission for,
no, it says you're
Bridge.
controlling the screen, so I do have the permissions, but it's not working.
no, permission for the computer to for Zoom to access or
Yeah.
Bridge to access my downloads?
It's possible. If so, you need to go to your system preferences because yeah, what's happening, guys,
that
is
could be.
that yeah, go to open your system preferences, and since you're only sharing this, I probably won't see it. Guys, what happens with the Mac is that it's very careful with permissions, so it won't just show you anything that you didn't give it permission to show. So
Okay, I'm in my system
let's go over to
preference.
privacy, go down to privacy and security.
Okay, yes.
It's just
see
weird.
it.
I can't seem to, I'm not being given the right to control your screen. Okay, click on privacy and security.
Okay, I'm not actually able to because for some reason.
Yeah, you've touched
For some reason, I
the,
now have a pen.
yeah,
or
you've
pencil.
touched the controlling, you touched the tools up on the
Oh,
Zoom
this thing.
control bar. Go to the left and choose the arrow that's on that. That's probably why I couldn't.
I got it. I got it.
There we go. That's probably why you probably were in a section that wasn't, okay, privacy and
Okay.
security. And now go down
Access-
to apps, allow applications to download from. I'm trying to remember. Oh, shoot. Give me a second. I haven't had to do this in a while. Let me do a quick search where you, oh my goodness. Here I am apologizing to you guys and we're back at it. Let me allow bridge access to downloads Mac. Give me a sec. There's click on All right, so there's a set security, click on privacy setting, look on the left on the bottom, select the full disk access option. Scroll up and down and see if you can see the full disk access option. But
It's in the,
there it is, there it is, there it is. I see it right there. Ah, you passed it. Go down to the F, two more, move your mouse down. Two more there, full disk, one down, there. Click on that one.
full disk full
Yep.
disk access.
Click on that. And now click on the plus symbol. There we go. And now go down to scroll down to go to the plus sign at the bottom of that and look for bridge. Like there's a at the very bottom.
Oh, right. And I have to add bridge.
You have to add bridge, yeah.
Okay.
Now you need to put in your password.
No, this is starting to make
You
sense.
guys are learning how to manage computers after this. Hopefully, nothing else. If not Photoshop, I'm teaching you how to manage computers. All right, and then go ahead and say also that, so to Photoshop, did you say bridge? Oh, there, it's coming up.
Not yet.
Okay, go to your applications. Go on the
Okay.
top left to your applications. On the left side, yeah, there on the part, but yeah, move to the left that more, yeah, applications. And choose bridge, but you'll have to open that up.
Okay.
A double click, no, because that, yeah, double click and open, and then the app itself is inside of there. So wait until it pops in.
Okay. And am I just gonna drag it down?
No, once you get to the application, but it's not popping in for some strange reason. It's slower when it's on Zoom.
It's already open. Bridge is open.
No, I know. You're
No.
trying to choose bridge to give it access. You're trying to add this to the
Yeah.
full disk access. So back out,
Okay.
go to back arrow.
Cancel.
Oh, no, I didn't want you to cancel. I just wanted to back out from bridge. Go click on the plus
Okay,
sign
I can get
again.
back in. I'll get back in.
Try Zoom, click on Zoom there to see if maybe Zoom, click on Zoom and move to the right, because that's also one that needs, yeah. Okay, but now
Okay.
go to the,
I have to
that's
quit
okay,
it.
say later,
reopen.
say later, no, say later.
Later.
That way, say later.
I
And
did.
then go down to the plus sign,
Plus sign.
because then next time you open, it'll give you access, yeah.
Okay, here comes
Now,
Adobe.
again, we need bridge, but over here, it's not getting us to the application. Let me see.
You know, it's possible that when I opened everything, I didn't allow access. You know, I actually
Yeah, because the fact
answered.
that it's not showing this to me is again not allowing access. I'm
So-
trying, the fact that it's going blank, it's because on Zoom, it's not allowing access. So you're on Zoom and thus it's not allowing access to the applications. You see what I mean? But
Yeah.
now you said yes to Zoom. So go ahead and cancel and leave Zoom and come back in. And then go in here to privacy and security and we'll get you bridge. But right now, when you try to get to it, it's giving you a blank. I'm not getting to the application because
I
you didn't
am.
have the permissions. So close Zoom
Close
and come into the class again, and then Zoom will have given you the rights, and then you need to give Bridge the rights. So go do that and
Okay.
find Bridge. Because if you're
Okay.
not on Zoom,
I
Bridge
know.
might
I
give
mean,
you the
yes.
rights. Yeah, I forget to say that when you guys are giving, when you're on a Mac, the Mac won't give permission to anything. It's very careful with privacy, which is wonderful, but it's also got this extra set of things you need to do to
So
get
when I
to it. So
quit
go ahead,
Zoom, I'm
leave the
gonna
class.
also.
Yeah, leave the class and see if
Bye.
you can give Bridge permission and then come back in. All right. Wow. Zen mode. Let me get some water since I don't have wine.
I have
For those
plenty.
of you who are still there, I see only 3 faces and empty chairs. I'm sorry. Hello, come on back. Thank you. Thank you. And yes, definitely do stuff until I'm back, but I have you know, it's sat through many of these. This is the most I've ever had to my second class, so I am sorry. Okay, back to Bridge, Photoshop. All right, so last week we did a whole bunch of moving around and showing you how to move all the different toolbars. For those of you who just joined us, like Bud, you might not be everyone. Remember that we changed our workspace. So let me show you over here on the right, and everyone check, make sure you're always on the right one. So on the far right, there's this little box, and we're going to click on that and make sure, let's go over to photography. We're going to choose photography. And then we're going to select it again and then choose reset photography. And that way we're all in the exact same spot. And so I'm going to go ahead and do that also in my Mac. And so we're changing our workspace to be ready for the photography tools. Okay. So once again, you go to this little box, that's the workspace box. All these tooltips, if you hover over them, they tell you what they are. And when you start, you're in essentials and you need to move to photography. All right. So I'm going to go back here to do this in there, photography, and then reset photography. Now, once we're here, notice that for some people, you might have no space here. The most important tab that we want to get to is this layers tab right here. And for some people, you might have a lot of space here. For some people, you might not. If you don't have much space, then let's head over here to the word adjustments and just kind of double click it so that it closes up a bit. And see, when you click it one time, it opens. When you double click, it collapses. That way we have a lot of space here under layers. Now, if you don't need that much space because your computer's resolution is such that you have a lot of space, then that's fine. You don't need to close your adjustments. It's just a way of showing you how to make more space. Now, for people who just moved up to Adobe 2023, the adjustments before had just a couple of choices, and now they've created some presets here, which are very different than what we had before. So this palette has changed. We'll visit it later. Right now, I'm going to just close it out of the way. And here we go. This umbrella is showing up as our background image. Now, one of the things that happens when it's a background image is that by default, it's locked. See this little lock right there? So when an image is locked, there's many things you cannot do to it. It has to do with cutting things out or retouching or things like that. It just basically says, I'm locked, you can't do to it. But there are a couple of things that I can do to adjust it without having to cut or change or do anything like that. So we're going to first work a little bit on adjusting the colors without having to unlock our file. Yes, Jack, your hand is up.
My hand is up. I do not have the screen you have.
You don't have the adjustments.
I don't have adjustments.
Did you open the umbrella file?
Yes.
Yes, my guru says
Okay.
yes.
All right, so over here on the top far right, do you see a window that when you hover over it, these things that tooltips tell you that says choose a workspace, right? Can you click on that and choose photography?
It's chosen.
Chosen.
Okay, now go back to it again and now say reset photography.
Yes.
And when you do that,
No, you didn't. Reset.
Well, I didn't reset it, no.
Keep going down.
and does it look like this now?
Oh, there it is. Now it looks like that. Thank you.
All right. So now if it looks like that, then you can or not close your adjustments. That's fine. I have some space here, but just to make things cleaner for showing things, I'm going to close it up. And then down here, what we're going to do is we're going to create a quick adjustment. We're just going to do that so you begin to have an idea of layers. And then we're going to open a file that's already got layers and play around with that. So at the bottom of the layers panel, big or small, you see a bunch of little icons right there, right? So no matter if this is open or not, those don't move. They're still down there, okay? And we're going to adapt this image using an adjustment layer. So of all these little icons that are here, the one that we're going to go for is the one that's the circle that's kind of half black, half white. And we're going to click on that and we're going to get this list. There's other places to get to the adjustments. But right now I'm going to show you this one because it's the cleanest one. And then later when we have a bit more practice, I'll show you the other versions. So what's happening here is that it's giving me a lot of choices of how I can modify this image without affecting the image itself. So I'm going to choose, let's go for the easiest one, which is hue saturation. And when I click on hue saturation, I'm going to get this panel opening up for some people. For some other people, it might open up in the middle. Let me show you in the Mac. And I open it here and I choose hue saturation there, depending on the space I have, sometimes this panel opens up in the middle. But if it opens up here on the side, that's fine too. Right now, I'm not worried so much about that panel. What I want to show you is what happened here on the layers. Now I have a new layer appeared above the background. This new layer is going to allow me to affect this image without messing up with the original image. And so let's head over to this panel and just willy-nilly, where you see the first slider here, just start moving it to the right or to the left. And you'll see how all of the colors are shifting around kind of randomly, so to say. Let's choose a different setting for your colors. Look at one of your colors, say, for example, the top yellow right there, and then choose a color you want for that yellow. So right now I want that yellow to be blue, right? And then everything else shifts with it. Now I'm going to do that on the, you can choose any color. You don't need to choose the color. Oh, not bridge. You don't need to choose the color I chose, but again, here, this is where I'm going to flip this around, and I guess I end up kind of over there to get this to be blue. I don't need to do everything on Mac and PC all the time, but at the beginning, while people have their different ones, I'm doing it on both so that people don't get too lost. And then after that, I kind of demo on one at a time. All right, so this panel has given us a layer called an adjustment layer that just went on top of my background layer. And this is the magic of Photoshop. This is completely non-destructive. My colors haven't actually changed. I can click on this little eyeball here and turn it off, and I'm back to the original colors. So this is just like putting a little filter. Imagine you put on some pink glasses and suddenly you see the world is pink. You take them off, the world is back to normal. So that's what an adjustment layer does. And we're going to try to do all of the modifications that we do in our class to be non-destructive. We're going to be using a ton of different modifications, and the goal is always to be non-destructive, which means my original background will never be affected. All right, Shelly, your hand is up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I don't know how to get, I lost my, that file in Bridge.
Okay. Did it ever open in Photoshop? No.
I don't think it actually opened in Photoshop.
Okay, are you in Mac or on a PC?
Mac.
Okay, so let me show you Bridge. If you can't find the files here, can you head back to the word computer? Sorry, to the word your name.
Okay.
And then I'm assuming your files would be in downloads. So double click on downloads.
Okay.
And then over here, the best way to do it, if you see already the folder that says Fall 2023 Photoshop, to go ahead and choose it. But if not, you can go up here to the Bridge search, right? And you can do a choice there, or you can click on what is it called? Fall 2023, and then hit return, and then that one should show up.
Okay, yeah, it's there.
Okay, now grab that folder and drag it here. That way you'll never lose it again. Just grab that folder and put it right there.
I don't have that blank box. I just have my folders.
Which blank box? This one, the favorites folder, is not there? Okay. Well then.
Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. There it
Everyone
is.
essential.
Okay,
There it
okay,
is.
now it's there. I have it.
Okay, so now click on that one that you put in there and then you'll be in your files. This is the
Okay.
best way to not get lost because yeah, if you lose this folder, then you have to navigate everywhere to find it again. This way, it's always going to be available to you. Now the bottom file, that's the umbrella.
Okay, I'm good now.
Cool.
Thank you.
When you double click, it'll open in Photoshop and then we'll be in here at this level. And I forgot to do, admit that I was a little bit flustered. I forgot to have everyone give me a yes that you'd gotten to the file, which I always do. So I'm sorry if I left anyone behind. So can everyone give me a yes if you are in the Photoshop with the umbrella file open? And let me get some feedback. If anyone is not here and does not have this file open, I can help you find it. I know, Deb, you're still probably working on getting permissions. So I'll let you work on that. How are you doing, Shelley? Oh, you're on the second. Yeah, you already gave me a second computer. Dan, okay, everyone is giving me a yes. I seem to have lost. Yeah, who was it? Okay, someone who couldn't get into VDI. Anyway, whatever. Everyone's here right now. Okay, so so here's my turning this on and off and how it affects my image. Now, my box that had opened when I was modifying already closed, and I don't remember if I closed it or I showed you how to close it. So let me show you how to open it again. And if you have it open, then keep it open. One way to do that is see how this layer that opened up here has two parts. If I double click on this first part of that adjustment layer or double click, then this thing will pop open again in case it had closed. Now, if it hadn't closed for you, then how do we close it? Well, notice that it's attached to this bar over here. And the little icon that shows me the properties is these little slider bars. This represents these little sliders. So I can either click on that and open it up again, click, and it opens up. I can also close by using the double-headed arrow. I showed you the double-headed arrow last time, which also closes things, but then to open things. So those are all different ways into getting these little properties. But if you forget which icon it is, then just go to this. This is the hue saturation layer. Just go to that one, and I'm gonna open this a little bit more so you can see the name, and then just double click there and it pulls up. All right. So so that's just a basic adjustment showing you how we're going to use Photoshop in order to not mess up our image. Now, there's a bunch of other stuff we're going to do with Photoshop. Right now, we're going to leave this one open, and I'm going to head back to Bridge, right? So go and open, go to your taskbar or wherever you need to go back to Bridge. And we're going to open a file that already has a bunch of different layers. And if you go to the very top of your images, there's the fourth image. There's two that say, this says layer sample and this is layers random. We're going to go with this layers random objects. Oh, object W. I guess I wrote it incorrectly. But before I double click on it to open it, and if you did double click to open it, go for it, but then come back to Bridge. I want to show you all of the different extension that I have on the files, which tell me what kind of file it is. So the extension of the file would be these three little letters behind the dot. And so this is a PSD, which means Photoshop document, as opposed to the umbrella that said .jpeg, right? So .jpeg was the image as it came out of the camera. Now, maybe it's already been modified or not, but if JPEG is flat, meaning we saw that it's one file and as a background layer, and it has come either straight out of the camera that way, or it's been modified and turned back into a JPEG, but there is nothing but what you see in that image. And we're going to talk a lot about how to create one and what's the difference and how do you make them. But this one, the PSD, means that it's already a layered file. Now, a layered file can be as simple as what we just did. This is now a layered file. As far as it has anything other than just the background, that's a layered file. Now, I could even get rid of this right now, and don't do that. But right now, this would still be considered a layered file if I unlock it. There we go. Now it's a layered file. Now I'm not going to have you do that. I'm going to undo because I want to just demonstrate undo. Undo is the best way to get back to where you were. And there's two very powerful ways of undoing in Photoshop. And the one I'm going to show you right now, other than the shortcuts that I'm going to show you later, is this top icon here, which allows me to kind of go back to the beginning. And it kind of shows me steps. So I'm kind of back to where I began to show this to you. So I'm going to have you guys do this now. Go to this image. So, you know, if you were in Bridge and I was showing you layers, I was showing you these images, go back to Photoshop. And now I want you guys to get rid of this layer that we made. And you can do this, can be done either by dragging it. People who like to drag all the way to this little trash can there. Easier is to right click and just say delete layer. That kind of is a little bit easier. And then it'll say you want to delete it and go ahead and say yeah. So now we've deleted that layer. And if I now use my shortcuts, Command Z or Control Z, we're going to undelete that layer. So Control or Command are the keys that are down by the space bar. For the Mac, it's Command. For the PC, it's Control. And for those of you who are, you're the only one on VDI right now, but so that's okay. So you know, and you're a PC user, so it's Control. Hold down the Command or the Control first, and then tap the letter Z, and boom, that's an undo. We're going to be using undo and redo a ton in Photoshop, so you got to get comfy with it. But notice that when you do Command Z or Control Z, then it does whatever it is again and again and again. It kind of goes backwards. Okay, so it's kind of going back in. So as I tap the Z and the Z and the Z, it keeps going back in history until you're back to 0. So you hold down the Command key and then tap the Z, 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 and it moves us back to the very beginning. Now, I don't want to redo everything personally. So what I want to do now is I want to redo. So I'm going to do Command and Shift and then Z, 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 Z back to where I was. Now I did it a few more times than you, so I have to tap the Z like 5 times, but you guys might need to just do 2 or 3 taps and that's it. So that's my redo and my undo. Now, if I head back here to this history, the very top, right? Very top icon, then I can kind of go up and down and stop at whatever point I want to. So I can stop at any stage of what I've been doing. Okay. If I want to go all the way back to the very beginning, I click on this top choice right there at the very, very top choice. And if I want to go back to where I have everything working, then I'll go over here. You can't like jump into the middle. It has to be sequential. You can either undo it sequentially or redo it sequentially. This is really powerful. We're going to use this a lot. Now, if your window is really tiny, I forgot to show you, then you can't really see all of the steps, then you can grab it from this bottom little bit of it and click and drag it open so that you can see, because they can take 50 actions. And so you can go back 50 actions in time all the way to the first one. Once you do 51 or 52, you kind of can't go back to the very first actions. So it's good to have it open, more space, and have it ready to go. Now, go back to where you see the hue saturation level, find where in your back and forth you get to have it ready to go, like we're actually left it. And there you go. Any questions, anything hasn't been working, I'm going to clear your feedback. If it worked fine, if it opened and closed and you went up and down fine, give me a good old yes. If perchance you have a question and it didn't work, then give me a no or raise your hand. Cool. And remember that I need everyone to give me a yes or a no. That way I know where the whole class is at. Hi, Barbie, by the way, I'm glad you joined us. And yes, Jen, What's your question?
Quick question is about the unlock lock button on my original picture.
Mhm.
So, what am I using that for? So that I always have that original copy that you said?
Oh, yeah, I'll show you in a minute and the other file that we're about to open, you'll see it. So you're exactly asking where I'm going. So hang in there. Let's open the other file and we'll talk about that a little bit more. So, Jack, yes, what's happening and how can I catch you up?
I have the little, it looks like a stoplight, the history. It looks like a stoplight to me, the umbrella color JPEG, and that's all I have. I don't, and I've selected history. Whoops, it went away.
Can you share your screen so I can see what you mean by the little stoplight? And then everyone in Bridge, we're going to open that second layered file. If you want to start opening and seeing if you can play around a little bit while I'm helping out. There's two files that are called layers. The second one, which had a typo in it. Go ahead and open it and see if there's anything you can do while I finish helping people here. So Jack, I'm waiting for you to share your screen.
Okay, he has to,
Okay.
it says desktop.
Yes, desktop, and then go down to the share again on the bottom right. There's another little blue button with the white letters. Click on the second share.
There it is.
Now, are you getting an open system preferences message?
Yes.
Okay, so say okay, click okay on that, and then keep telling me what happens. Just go to the system preferences and okay. Did you go to the system preferences?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, go in the kind of middle. If you can see some names, do you see the word Zoom? You might need to scroll down. Do you see the name Zoom? And there's a checkbox next to it. If so, click on the checkbox.
Zoom? No, I don't see that.
Gotta keep going in farther.
Oh, well, I can scroll down. Look at that.
Yep. Now, do you see it?
Nope. Printers and scanners is the
We
last
see
one on the bottom.
privacy and security, but we don't see Zoom.
Okay,
Oh,
on
Zoom, it's over here.
the right side. On the right side, yeah.
The other right side.
Yeah. And then when you click on it, it'll ask you to put in your password to unlock. So you need to go to the little lock that's in the bottom left of that window and click on the lock and put in your computer password.
Well, he hasn't.
Just the one that you use when you open up your computer kind of thing, that password.
So double click on Zoom.
And now give it a little check mark.
We haven't gotten past the Zoom thing.
The big blue Zoom there.
Okay, is it a slider or a check mark?
There it comes.
There's use password.
Right, there it is, use password, put it in there. This is only the first time you have a Mac, then you'll be able to share easily, but we always got to get through it the first time. All right, now do it again and it'll say now or later, say later. Cool. Have you said later?
I did.
All right, now go back to Zoom and click on share, and this time it'll share. All right.
Yep.
Anyone else who hasn't yet shared their screen? At the very beginning of the first day, I kind of worked with people who hadn't shared their screen, but if you haven't done it yet, stay a little bit at the end of this class and let me set you up with sharing if you have a Mac. If you have a PC, it just shares. But if you have a Mac, please stay with me a few more minutes so that we can get over this one step, because then after that, sharing is easy. But I want to make sure that everyone is able to share when we're ready to share. All right. So one thing that happened here with you is that everything kind of moved out of the way a little bit. So go ahead and I'm going to show you guys some other shortcuts. This is a good one to practice. Hold down your command key, control if you're on a PC, and then hit the number 0. So hold down the command key and then tab the number 0. Yeah, there we go. So now your screen kind of moved into the center again. See how it had disappeared a bit. All right, so now over there in your history, I see you have your history open. You can go ahead now and just click on the bottom of all those grayed out things, the one that says make layer. Yeah, click on, not on the little check mark area, but on the words. Yeah, click on open Now go down and keep going down and select subject. And it's kind of doing all the things that you were doing. Yeah, modify layer, make layer. So it's kind of going back up in history and leaving you at the very end. Now back up again by going to, not all the way back, but go kind of step by step backwards. Go to the one above this one. And that's like one before, and then go again, one before, and then one before, and until you get to open. Now, let me just stop for a minute. What I want to go back to the next one, the bottom, the one right under it, that's subject. So here's the magic. I want everyone to pay attention. Here's the when people share, I use it as a teaching moment for everyone. Here's the magic of the history. He's like 5 steps in and he's not getting what everyone else is getting. And the history allows you to go and see where you made that mistake. And so by going up and down, it's in that second step where Jack did something that isn't allowing him 5 steps down to see the same thing that we're all seeing. So that's the beauty of the history. You can kind of explore and then go, oh, that's the one I need to redo. When you get to the one that you need to redo, where here you made a selection that we didn't need to make. See how there's like these little marching ants kind of going around your image? That's what we didn't need to do. So head back one up above that. So head to open, which in your case, it was the first step. See how the selection disappears. And there we go. From here, we start again. All right. So now go back to your layers. We're going to just, we've gotten to the place where you had made the whatever error, mistake, or extra thing. Now go down to, whoops. It's okay. Double click the word adjustments. Go to the word adjustments and double click it. About the tab, one up. Keep going up. That double click that. Yeah, there we go. And now click on the word layers. There we go. So now I'm gonna have you turn off. I'll show you guys how to turn off all these little helpful things that show up because it's really frustrating. All right. So now you're at the place where you need to open up your adjustment again. So go down to the bottom to all those little choices and choose the little circle. Yeah. Keep going down. No. Yeah. Go to that one. Click on that one. And then go to hue saturation, which is kind of in the middle. Yep, there we go. And now grab that top little triangle under hue and move it around. And there you go. Now you're in the same spot. So you guys see how I'm going to stop your share now because you're in the right spot. That's perfect that you shared that, Jack, because that's what we're going to do. That's instead of doing undo kind of blindly, which is the Control or Command Z, which is wonderful. This one allows you to kind of explore, and then you go, oh, this is where things were right, and here's where it went wrong. And then you go one up, and then you kind of redo it. All right, so I'm going to share my screen now again, and keep going with this. We're going to head over to, we're going to leave that where it is, and we're going to go to Bridge. And you guys might have already done it, but we're going to open the layers file, the one that's layers random objects. So I'm going to double click on that one. And as I said, it's a PSD, meaning it's a layered file. And so by double clicking it here, it opens in Photoshop. And there we go. If you still have anything open here that you don't want to have, remember you collapse it from there because we don't need it. And now we have 2 files open in Photoshop. We have the one we just opened, and this is the one that we were working on before. So now we have both of them open, and we want to be able to go back and forth right here as if they are tabs between one and the other. All right, so now that we're in this one, I'm gonna clean it up. Everyone give me a yes if you've managed to open this one, and we'll move forward. So does everyone have this little weird conglomeration of items opened up? All right. Let me see. Barb, I know you just joined us. You have the class files, right? Well, you didn't just join us.
Find them.
You can't find them?
All of a sudden, they're not. I had them in a folder on my desktop.
Well, maybe you put them in your documents or something like that. Go ahead and do a search. It's called Fall 2023. It starts with that. Do a search and see if you can find it.
Okay.
If not, you can go and re-download it from the class files, which I know you know how to do, and then tell me when you're there. Okay. All right.
Yeah, but we're in the class files.
The class files would be in the shared drives. in Google Drive. Remember, I know you know how to get there. Go to Pipeline, Google Drive.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
and then just right click and download it again, because I don't know where you might have left it. But if you download it again, then when you find it, you can delete the other download. All right. You're welcome. All right. So here we go. This is a file that, as you can see on the file right, already has 4 layers, and the background is not locked. Okay. And so to the question that Jen had about what the lock, we're going to explore now what locking or not locking means. But first, let's check on these eyeballs. I'm going to turn off the eyeball for each one of these layers. Turn that one off, turn that one off, turn that one off, and then I end up with the background layer. Now notice that I can select a layer over here, even if the eyeball is off. So here I am selecting layers. It's getting kind of light gray when I select it, but it doesn't matter if the eyeball is on or off. We'll understand later what that means. The eyeball is just me seeing it. Gray here is me selecting it. So say that I've got the background selected. I'm telling you, go to the layer 6 and all you do is see it. You're still not selecting it. This is the one that's selected. It really matters. This is how we select a layer. And this is just how we see the layer. They're 2 different concepts, okay? All right, so make sure that all of these are turned off except for the background, and select your background. I'm gonna keep clearing your feedback so that when I need you guys to tell me where you're there again, we're gonna go. So this is a background that is not locked. Let's lock it. So how do we lock a background? Well, right above these layers, there's a little icon there that's locked, and we're gonna lock it again. So that's a locked background. What that means, as I said before, when it's locked, it means that you can't affect it with quite a few different tools. But the most important one is the move tool. It won't move. So the move tool up here at the very top of all my tools is this little kind of 4 arrow-headed tool. That's my move tool. So if I now try to click and move this around, do something, it is just like, no, not happening. Nothing is moving. It's kind of stuck. And in fact, you might be getting a message saying sometimes you get a message saying, by the way, hold on, I need to open this one in my Mac so that I have both open. So I'm in the same spot. So I'm doing it this way. So here, oh, someone's coming in again. Did I just tell someone to sign out and sign in? I think so. Okay, so over here, it even tells me could not use the move tool because the layer is locked. So I'm getting a message. In PC, I wasn't getting it, but on the Mac, I'm getting this message. Sometimes the message are a little bit different. Now let's unlock it. Click that lock to unlock it. That's how simple it is to lock or unlock it. And now with that same tool, we're going to click and drag, and suddenly, whoa, we can move this around. We are, we have unlocked it. So I'm going to head back to the PC and I'm going to unlock it. And now I can happily move this all over the place. So of all the things that you can't do when it's locked, the main one is that you can't move it. Now, before we didn't know if these roller skates were floating in something or not. We didn't pay attention to the white background, but in fact, the white background is part of the photograph, as you can now see. So when I move this out of the way, what I'm left is with this teensy little kind of checkered black, gray and white kind of background. And that is what Photoshop show all Adobe programs. When they show you this, this means this is nothingness. This is emptiness. This is air. Okay. So
where's the mute tool?
This is the space that's nothing. Jack, sorry, your hand is up.
Where's the move tool? Can't find it.
Okay, the top tool on the very left of the toolbar, the very top one, that's your move tool.
There it is.
Thank you.
And here's how you can move things around. Just clicking and dragging. All right. Now, notice that if I stop seeing the background, so let's go ahead and turn off the eyeball on the background. All I'm seeing is basically nothing. This is air. This is emptiness. I'm just really quickly going to head over here to the umbrella And notice that over here, I can also, even though it's locked, I can also turn it off and see emptiness. Okay, so the emptiness can always be there, even if it's locked. It's just that I wouldn't be able to move it. Just showing you that really quickly. But the other layers that we have here, instead of having a background around them, they're already kind of cut out. So I'm going to click on this puppy here, and I'm going to click on the puppy layer. And I can click and drag him and move him around without his background. So this has come from another photograph where we selected the subject, which was the puppy, got rid of the background, and then we brought it in here to create a composite image. Now, these are random objects. It's just about showing you layers and composite images. But the rest of these files as layers, as I turn them on, each one of those is a random object. Now, I'm going to make sure you keep your background turned off for this and turn the eyeballs on these three, because I'm going to show you something that's pretty crucial. Let me get to the Mac and do the same thing. I'm going to turn off this background and turn these three guys on. All right. So here's the deal. When you are on the move tool, remember that remember up here that these where the control bar changed how a tool worked, and that this I showed you last week. Whatever tool you choose, that changes. So don't choose other tools, by the way, but I'm just showing you if I choose this tool, that changes. If I choose this tool, that changes. If I choose this tool, that changes. So it keeps changing. So when I click on this tool, these things that are in the power bar refer to this tool only. All right. By default, if you've just opened Photoshop for the first time in your life, this should be checked. The auto select layer should be check marked. Okay. If it is check marked, then your tool should work this way. If I click on the dog, I move the dog. If I click on the moon, I move the moon. If I click on the taxi, I move the taxi, right? Or not taxi, whatever, toy car. So that is that. What that means is I am auto selecting the layers. And let me show you now for a second. Let's go over here to the right and pay attention to what's happening here. Remember that this light gray meant that the layer is selected? Well, look what happens now when I click on the dog. Well, see how the puppy is being selected now. And thus I can move the puppy. And now I'm going to click on this little car, and thus the selection is changing, meaning this whole layer is being selected for me just because I'm clicking on the object. Okay. So that's what auto select layer means, that when I click on something, my layer gets selected. When I click on something, my layer gets selected. That's just what that means. Okay. Now, this is the default way Photoshop is working, and that's pretty useful. And if you want to keep it that way, go for it. Keep it that way. It has some drawbacks though. And I'm going to show you the plan B of how to use it. But to show you the drawbacks, just for a second, let's go ahead and put the moon over the car. Uh-oh, I'm trying to put the dog over the car. I can't. What's happening? These have an order, a stacking order. And notice that the car is at the very top. And so even if I try to put it under the dog, I can't. If I want to try to put the moon over the dog, I can't, because these are stacked in the layers they're stacked. So now let's put the puppy on top of everything. So I'm going to select my layer to do that. And now I'm going to drag it up and see where that blue line is showing me where I'm dropping it. I'm going to drag it all the way until I see the blue line at the very top. And, oh, I didn't select my puppy, sorry. Select my puppy and drag it all the way to the top. And now my puppy is on top of everything. Now, if you have your images like that, it's hard to tell what's on top. So go ahead and grab each one of your elements and stack them one on top of the other for this demonstration. And now move the puppy back to the bottom. And we're going to do it there. Now, we're not going to put it behind the background for now. We're just going to put it a bunch, these three. Now, notice how easy it is to figure out who the puppy is when I'm looking at the layers, because it says puppy. And the others are like, well, I can kind of tell that's a moon. I can kind of tell that's the car. The best way to work with layers is to name them. So we're going to name the other two instead of having to guess, because over here it's clear that this is the moon, but over here it's not clear. So how are we going to layer them? We're going to label them by double clicking on just the actual word that says layer, not on anything other part of this layer, just on the word. Put my mouse there and double click. And now I'm going to call this one moon by typing and then hit the return key. And then I'm going to put my mouse right on this layer 6, double click, and call this one car and hit return. Now it's going to be much easier to move things around. Now I'm going to go do it on, I just did this on the PC. I'm going to go do it quickly on the Mac. So again, I'm going to just double click over here and say car, double click over here, say moon, and hit return. And now all my layers are named. If everyone managed to modify the stacking order of the layers, and if everyone managed to change the names of your layers and all is good, then give me a yes. And if you're stuck somewhere, let me know. My alarm has already rang a few times to give you guys a break, but I'm kind of in the same condition as last time where we spend a lot of time on other stuff. So I want to continue a little bit more and then give you a break a little bit later, if that's okay with you guys. Okay, so let's just kind of finish this whole movement of files part, then I'll take a break later because I feel like we're just getting going. All right, so Bud, what's up and how can I help you?
I don't see the auto select on my screen.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I don't see the auto select, so I have a lot of trouble getting things moving.
To the right.
All right, well, over here on the left side, you need to be selecting the top
Let me.
icon. You see that top icon?
Yes, I do.
That's the move tool. Okay, and so above here, you shouldn't need to change it because you just opened Photoshop. So this should automatically be there. People who could have maybe turned it on or off, right now yours by default, since this is the first time you open it, should be on.
It's actually that little check mark in the words auto select do not show. I have.
All right, so I'm gonna
Looks-
stop my
looks like
share. Go ahead and share your screen because yeah, if something's not showing, then yeah, it's hard to handle your Photoshop. So share your screen and show me what's up. See you guys how great it is when someone has the share set up. You show me in a second and then I can share you. Oh, I see. Yes, you are right. Okay, perfect. Sometimes go back and point up there to where auto select and select should be, kind of where I was telling you it is. So move your mouse up. Yeah, move it up to where I'm telling you it should be. Yeah. And now that little stacked thing to the right. Yeah, for some reason, depending on how the toolbar is set up, and I don't really know right now what the difference is. Go ahead and click on that icon. Click on that icon. And yeah, when it's on, when it's black like that, it's on. And when you, what's happening? I don't know what's happening when you get these things in the way. It's like a Zoom thing. It's never happened.
It's a Zoom thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've never had that happen. This is the first time I see someone having that happen. Okay, so when you click on that, every time you click, this happens to you?
No, actually, if I'm not sharing.
If you're not sharing, it doesn't happen. Okay, it's a
It
sharing.
gives me a selection.
Okay, great. That's good. I was just curious. So that little stacked thing there, that's the same choice that I am saying. That is the auto select. So when it is black, it's selected. When it is not black, it's not. So see how it goes between gray and black? So now leave it black, which means it's selected. Click on it again. So yeah, and now move and see, go to the pup and move it around. So go to the pup, click on it and drag it. Oh, try again.
It won't drag.
Okay, so then it's the other way around. Go and unclick that light, which one or the other. Go and click it to make it gray. Okay, now go and try the pup. I never remember if it's on or not. What is happening? No layers. Okay, say okay to that. Go back, go over and select the puppy layer. Something's not working. You shouldn't have to say no a bunch of times. Go to the puppy layer on the right side.
I can't actually see the puppy layer.
You've got the Zoom people in the way.
The Zoom is interfering with my seeing the layers. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
need
give me a remote control. I'm going to modify your screen. Say yes to that. Okay, don't do anything. Okay, I don't have Zoom in the way, so I'm going to go ahead and modify your screen so that it's out of the way of Zoom. So I'm going to move this up there, and I'm going to make it a bit smaller. It's very hard to control when I'm on the save changes before quitting. No, cancel. I'm not trying to quit. I'm trying to make it get smaller. Come on. I've always been able to manage people's computers, but today it doesn't. I'm not able to. It's not letting me grab the corners, which is so bizarre. Trying to make it smaller so that it gets out of your way, out of the Zoom tools, but I'm not able to. There. Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to make your program smaller, but my mouse is not allowing me to choose your things. And since you have Zoom here in the way, you can't do it either. And how frustrating. Yeah, if you can't see your tools, this isn't going to work. Well, plan B is that you can it's not going to work. Plan B is close your Zoom tool. So here where you see your Zoom tools on the right, where you see the Zoom people, where you see us that are talking, you can click on the top. It's got 3 little choices, and one is like a little minus, and you can minimize it so you see only one window, and that will allow you to see the rest of it. Can you try that? Did that work?
Well, I can't see the Zoom control.
Not the Zoom control, but do you have in the place of this where you said you can't see them, do you have like our faces, all our videos? Point to me until where you see the puppy, but where do you stop seeing?
This is the edge of my screen, right where I have the little miniature images of everybody.
Okay, so that where you put your mouse, that's where you have your images of everyone. Can you, that little box that has everyone's faces, can you find on the top left if there's like 3, like a little line where you can minimize that box? You don't need to see our faces, you just need to see Photoshop. Can you do that? See, guys, Zoom doesn't show itself. So we are seeing the whole screen for him, but he has Zoom in the way. And when he shares, Zoom doesn't show me where Zoom is. It's kind of weird. So yeah, it's in the way of your program. But normally I've been able to just grab this and move it, but I can't, and you can't either.
Yeah, I've made the images disappear now.
So the image disappeared?
The images of the class members.
Faces. Okay, so do you see this thing now that says layers?
Yes.
Okay, now go and select the puppy layer. Good. Now go to the puppy and move the puppy around. Click and drag. Because it feels like something else is happening.
It hasn't wanted to move for me.
Yeah, even when you select it. My only thought is if you have a selection, but you don't, it's truly not working. Your Photoshop is truly not working. And this is weird. Do me a favor and head over to where you selected the move tool and choose the tool right underneath it. That one. Yeah. And now go into this, the area where the photos are and do a click and drag. No, it's not working. Something, your whole, there's no selection happening. Wow. I think you need to close your Photoshop and start again. Do me one more favor. Go down to the little bar at the bottom where it says select subject, remove background. You see that? Way at the underneath the car. Yeah, click on the select subject. Click on, not that one. Click on select subject. Nope, it's not working. Okay, your Photoshop is not working. So you need to close Photoshop and open it again.
Okay.
Let's see if that helps. So go over to the top right and well, that one worked. Something is weird is happening with your tools because that did select the subject.
Yes.
Go back to the move tool and see if now it moves. Wow. It's like it
That's
says
got a
it has the
scissor.
scissors. It has the scissors instead of the move. Go down to the bottom and say deselect to that little bar that you went to. Go in on the far right, it says deselect. Now put your mouse on the puppy again and try to move it. And if it doesn't move, then something, because you have the selection done and you have the other done. You have everything that should be doing, you have it done and it's not working. So I'm, go ahead and close Photoshop and restart it. Cause yeah, if your basic move tool doesn't work, I don't know what to say. Now you're on VDI and my VDI is working. So it's not that VDI isn't working. So close Photoshop and reopen it. And then let's try it again. Okay. When I said how quick it is when you show me something, I immediately show you how to fix it. It's like I'm shooting myself in the foot by saying that, because normally you just share, I go, oh, click on that, and then immediately it works. But this is actually beyond, his tools aren't doing what they need to do. So tell me when you have it open again. Meanwhile, okay, so now that I had you guys label your layers and you've learned to move them up and down in whatever order, and the only way you can see the order, that's where we were at, is if you have them stacked on top of each other. And that's where he, we got to the point where Bud couldn't select his. Now I want you to, you don't have to try this. You can stay the way you were, but I'm going to uncheck mine. So this is an example of it being unchecked. Which if you have the little stack that Bud has, it would be gray instead of black. That's what for sometimes the tools come out with that mode, and it's something in the settings. I need to go figure out what it is. Now, if this is unchecked, then your move tool is not automatically selecting the layer. So watch, if I click on the puppy, see how the puppy layer didn't get selected? If I click on the moon, see how the moon isn't getting selected? That's the difference. So then what's the point of this? Well, if I need to move the puppy, I have to select the puppy layer. Now I can go move the puppy. I have to select the moon. Now I can go move the moon. Now, this, which seems a little bit counterintuitive, how come, why wouldn't I do it that way when auto select is much easier? This gives you more flexibility later. Let me explain. Right now, look at my screen. I've got the puppy and the moon. Do I see the car? The car is hidden. If I were on auto select mode, I can't choose my car because I don't see my car. You see that? So that's the limitation of the auto select mode. You can't see the car, you can't select the car. Versus when it is off, which is how I use it, then I can just select the car layer. And now I can click and move the car because the only thing that is selected is the car layer. When I click on the puppy, nothing happens. It's only the car that I'm moving. But notice, more interestingly, that I can move the car even if I'm just touching nothingness, because what I'm doing is I'm moving the layer. So if I choose the puppy and I move over here, I'm moving the puppy layer. If I choose the moon, I'm moving the moon layer. So if you choose to do it one way or the other, it's fine whichever way you choose to do it. But notice that when you get to a situation like this, if you're in auto select, say, well, I see the layer there and I can't see it. So the only way to handle that is to unselect and then move it out of the way. Does that make sense? So I usually use it in this mode, which is not selected. I'm going to leave one and one. I'm going to leave the other one in select mode. And that way, if someone has any question, I'll be able to show you the two versions, but hopefully you tried it out. You selected the check mark and then you unselected it and tried both. And then you can figure out which one you prefer. But my second reasoning for why I don't want this is because in the future, there's other tools that will need you to have the right layer selected for them to work. And so if you can't see it, you won't be able to make it work. So anyway, if you get accustomed to doing things with the non-auto select, you'll be a few steps ahead of being comfortable with moving things around through layers, which is really kind of the best way to use Photoshop. But it's okay, depending on your experience or comfy with computers right now, choose either one. The selected is definitely a little bit easier. All right, so now let's turn on the background. I kind of left it floating around and hadn't had you do it. Let's select the background layer for those of you who have it on not select. And now I can move the background around. Now, the problem, let's put the background kind of where it should have been. And notice these pink lines that appear when I'm about to touch the right place, because I can't really distinguish white if it's going to touch. It's kind of hard to see. So when I get there, these things called smart guides turn on to tell me, boom, you've touched it. And then I go down and I get the whole cross, which means my background is back to filling the space. You see those smart guides? When I let go of my mouse, they disappear. So it's kind of helping me put it in the right place. All right, so now let's do this. Let's grab the moon and put it behind the background. Let's grab the puppy and the car and put them behind the background. So now the background is truly complete. It's opaque, even though it's white, it is opaque. And thus it is hiding anything else that's underneath. This is a perfect example where if I want to move the car, let me show you for a minute. Let me put the car up at the very, very, very bottom. And I'm going to put the puppy at the very, very bottom. And I'm going to put the moon at the very, very bottom. I'm going to put them all at the very, very bottom. Just watch this for a second. Now I have my background covering everything. If you are in out of select mode, you're out of luck. You just can't touch anything. But if you're in this off, watch, I'm going to select the car layer and watch this little thing that's happening there. I'm going to move this over so you can see both. Watch the little tiny thumbnail. I'm going to click and drag and look, I moved the car up. Even though it was hiding, I'm going to click the puppy layer and I'm going to move the puppy up. And I'm going to click the moon layer and I'm going to move the moon up. Now I'm going to turn this off and see how they're all up. And this is only because I was able to do it through not having that selected. Anyway, it's more like a magic trick. It's just to show you what's happening, because for better or for worse, when you're in this mode, you have to be careful of what you move, because you might not notice that you're moving something that you're not seeing. Okay, so anyway, that's the only warning for this mode. If you're all comfy and made a choice of how you want to use your move tool and you don't have any questions and life is good, give me a check mark. I don't care which you choose. I'm going to always tell you select the layer, because that's kind of the automatic way of doing it this way. And then if all you do is click on the puppy, click on the puppy. If you select the layer, then move the puppy that way. Either way. If anyone has a question, or if this didn't work for you, give me a no or raise your hands. Thomas, how are you doing? Because I'm not seeing a yes or a no. And Deb, I think you're probably still stuck in the whole bridge thing. Well, just watch and then we'll close. I'll finish the class a little bit, a few minutes early, and I'm going to help you with that. Okay.
I'm here. I'm actually, whoops. I'm here.
Oh, you did open it. Open, closing it and opening function. You were able to give it permissions. Awesome.
I find, well, I had to go way back and get into my Mac again.
Yeah.
And I did it.
Okay.
So, but I missed all the intro, so I'm going to try to catch up.
That's fine. Right now, just go to Bridge and open this file. That's it. The layers random objects. And all you need to know right now is that if the default choice, which is this one, we're just moving layers up and down and around. That's enough for now.
Are we on essential or photography?
We're in photography. You're in
Talk to me?
progress.
Okay.
Yes, Jack. I can't hear you.
There you go. I'm at a disadvantage. I have a 13-inch screen. So I think what I'll go ahead and do is get either a monitor, or if there's a way to set up another computer as a sidecar, I'd like to know that.
Yeah, you had asked me that earlier. And you guys, you said you have another computer.
Right.
See how Jen was appearing twice. I don't know if she's still appearing twice. Other people are appearing twice. In order to have Moni, she's here twice. Dan is here twice. If you have a second computer, go to pick up my email from that computer, click on the link, and just open up the second computer. And then you can watch me on one and do the work on another. It's going to make your life way, way easier. And then having to have a 13-inch screen is really not going to work for you to be able to operate Photoshop.
It's absolutely right.
All right. So yeah, I know you asked me that by email last night. I was dealing, you guys who were in none of you are in my Mac classes, but yesterday, the Mac class, I teach HyFlix from home and on Zoom at the same time. But I couldn't go because my son is really sick. We did test, it's not COVID, but he's in the back room being really sick. So anyway, I was tending to my son yesterday when you emailed me. I didn't answer, but yeah, life. Okay. So
if you let my wife in, she can do it.
Yeah. So Bud, you also said no. Did you close Photoshop and open Photoshop?
Yes, I did.
And it's still not working.
Well, I would say no, there was some movement, but I've not ended up with anything that makes any sense to me. So
wow. I'm gonna have you give me 1 more minute, you guys. I'm gonna tell you to reset your Photoshop. I know, because you're on a Mac, on a PC. Because on a Mac, I know how to reset all your settings. Do this. Go to your, I'm going to share this for a second. And if this works, that's good. And if not, don't. Head up here to where it says edit and go to preferences. Edit preferences and then go to general. Okay, so edit way at the bottom, preferences, and then it doesn't matter which, any of these actually, but as long as you click on one. If you get all the way to general, then get to general. And those are the settings, for the preferences for the computer. At this point, let's see if this helps. Click on reset preferences on quit. Did you make it here, by the way?
yes.
Okay, so you can go to any of these. The top one is general. Go to reset preferences on quit.
Okay.
And then, are you sure you want to quit? Say okay to that, and then quit Photoshop and restart. And let's see if you have some weird settings, and see if that helps. Because quit Photoshop, open it again, and let's hope that for some reason it was part of your preferences that weird stuff is happening. I don't know. Try that and then let me know. Okay, let me clear your answers. Looks like other than that, which is just Photoshop not working, everyone was able to move their things around, and you've chosen which way you want to use your move tool, so good. So now let's grab the background. Let's drag it all the way to the top, right? And in this case, it's I'm going to put it like kind of in its spot. And now we're going to do a little bit of moving this image around, not moving the image around, I'm sorry, zooming in and out. So everyone make sure the background is on the very top so that you're seeing just the background. Everything else is hiding, even though it has eyeballs on. It's hiding because this is flat. And now we're going to zoom in and out of this image using our shortcuts. We're going to zoom in and out of image a lot when we are working on images, and you need to know how to do this. So if you're on a Mac, click on the Command key. If you're on a PC, click on the Control key. And then go up to the numbers, right? And let's, at the end of the numbers where you have your pluses and minus, I'm going to hit the minus. And every time I hit the minus, I'm going to begin to reduce the size of my image. And then I'm going to hit the plus and I'm going to make it bigger. So now we're going to go up and make it bigger. Then I'm going to keep hitting the plus, 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 plus a bunch of times until, in this case, this is probably not the best image to show this in because we end up with white. So I need to go ahead and click or command 0 again to make it appear in the middle. So command 0 is the automatic way for everything to center itself. Command minus or control minus makes it smaller. And control plus makes it bigger. Okay. Now, when you get so big that you have no idea where you are, you've kind of like in the middle of nowhere. Remember Jack at one point, his image was all over the place. I said, oh, control 0. That's kind of like, whew, let's go back. Sometimes what happens is that your image kind of disappears from the screen for some weird reason. Suddenly you're like, where am I? It's like, sometimes you don't even see a little bit. So control 0 is kind of like your fail safe or command 0. So control or command 0 and boom, it centers into the screen again. Okay. So controller command plus, 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 controller command minus, 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 and then control 0. Phew, I'm centered. Yes, Jen, you said something?
Oh, did I? Yes, I guess I might. No, I'm getting this. Just that my command 0. So question, confirmation.
Yeah.
My command 0 is really taking it to that original size or
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Command 0 fills your screen. That's all it does. It allows you to see the image as as big as it can get, filling the screen to whatever size your screen is. If you have a tiny window, you'll see it bigger. If you have a big window, you'll see it smaller. The command 0 centers your image back into the screen, and you can see that there's nothing else around it. So if your Photoshop kind of is very thin like that, then it might look like you're hiding. Mine is kind of wide right now, so I'm getting a lot of extra space around it. Now let's go back to the umbrella, and Deb, you might not have this one open, so go back to your bridge, and it's the final image umbrella. I think everyone else should have it other than Barbara. Did you find the files? If you're ready to download the files.
I can't find the files. I don't know what happened to them.
All right. So Deb and Barbara, stay a little bit after class. I'll help you with finding your files. Okay.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Anything better on your case, Bud? Did it work better? Is something happening for you? Is the move working?
No.
Oh. Okay. So can you also hang out a little bit later and I'll try to help you, because if I need to see if it's a VDI thing or if it's your computer thing, I need to play around with yours a little bit. And if it's truly VDI, then you need to get help from tech support, but I need to cancel that out, because if they think it's Photoshop help, they can't help you in tech support. They can only help if VDI is not working, but they don't know Photoshop. So I'm going to assure myself that it's a text thing and not a Photoshop thing. Okay. So let's hang out a little bit. Okay, I'm going to do a couple more things here and then we're going to give everyone a break. But let's go back to the umbrella image, because now we have a full screen of pixels in this umbrella image. And what I want us to do, make sure you select your background. See, this is an example where if you're trying to use this one, hue, saturation, or background, this is not going to be selected by that tool if it's an auto select. This is truly a select your background thing anyway. All right, so select the layer, and now let's start going up. So command or control plus, sorry, I'm on the other side, plus, 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 and this time keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And at some point, you're going to start seeing the pixels of an image. Okay, so we've got all the way up to the pixels. It's like you've got a microscope and you've zoomed in to see the cells in your body or something. And if I back up, I'm going to back up a teensy bit so that I can get to see other colors. Another tool that's really useful is, some people scroll by doing this, which is horrible. It's out of the way. Or you scroll with your mouse. If you have a magic mouse, that's okay. But it could also, most mice don't have the sideways. So the best way to move around in this image is to use the hand tool. But I don't like changing tools like that, because then I'm stuck in the hand tool. So I'm going to pick up a shortcut for the hand tool, which is the space bar. Hold down the space bar. I get the hand tool. And now I can click around and drag myself to whatever part of this image I want. Okay. So when you're seeing less than the full thing, the hand tool works. All right. So now I'm stopped here in some part of this. I'm zoomed up to the most I can zoom. That's the most I can zoom, 6,400. So look down here at what I'm saying. A number appears right there. And if you've zoomed all the way to the top, it's like 6,400%. See that? That's the max you can zoom into an image. So way at the bottom left, that is the 6,400. Now, as you can see, there's no straight lines in Photoshop, and it's not because there's no buildings or straight things. Even if you had a building or a straight thing, the straight line wouldn't be straight because Photoshop is made out of little square little boxes. Each one has one color. And in order to see the gradations of a color, it's going to start mixing different little bits of colors of different things to turn into the blue that we see as blue. And the transitions between elements is always going to be kind of a fade in of one color to the other. Now, when we go back to Command or Control 0, boom, that did look like a it looks like a line. There is a line there. What do you mean there's no line? But as you approach, you see that it's always going to be something that we in a distance see as a line, but at close, it's always going to be pixelated. So there's no straight lines. If you want straight, sharp lines, you need to use Illustrator, which gives you vector files. And for anyone who is interested in, working further with design, I'm teaching Illustrator after this. That's where you have straight, full lines. But this is a pixel-based image, which we call raster image. So if something is a raster image, a JPEG, those things are always raster images. And when you take a picture on a camera, it's a raster image because it's an image that's based on pixels, which is what we just saw. All right, so one more thing. When you are filling your screen with the Command or Control 0, or when you are smaller than Control or Command 0, if you try to use the hand tool to move around, the image, what you're moving around is the background. And on the PC, it doesn't even do that. On the PC, when you get smaller, let me show you. When you get smaller, if you use the hand tool, this is new. The hand tool also moves it. So you're moving the image itself, but it's until you get to fill your screen that something happens. All right. Now, I left you guys in the umbrella. I don't want to confuse you. I'm back to umbrella. At this point, I'm at 33%. I did the Command or Control 0 to fill my screen. I'm at 33%. Your Command or Control 0 might be a different number. It might not be 33%. It might be 25%, or it might be 45%. That depends on the screen resolution that you're working on. And each one of us has a different computer, a different screen. So the Command 0 fills your screen at whatever size you are seeing it. The Command plus makes it bigger, Command minus makes it smaller. So what's the magic number in Photoshop? Many of you guys know this. What you want to get here is to a number called 100%. So we're going to go to 100%, and you can either do it by Command plus, 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 minus, 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 or the shortcut is Command or Control 1. So now, sorry, I was on the PC instead of on the Mac. This is the PC. Okay, so Command or Control, and then tap the number 1. And over here, you should see 100%. Okay, I'm going to go do it also on the Mac. I'm going to do Command 1, and I'm at 100%. That 100% is a very important number in Photoshop. Now I'm holding the space bar to move around. And right as soon as this is over, we're going to take our break. But 100% is the only way that we can look at the image and see the actual quality of that file the way it truly is. Now, if you know about photography, this is called banding, and you should be able to, if you don't know, it doesn't matter, but you should be able to see these little swirls that are happening there. You should be able to feel like you can see the texture of the umbrella. this is 100%. It's the only time where your screen and Photoshop are showing you the pixels based on your screen's resolution. You're seeing it without any pixelation. And if the photograph is sharp, you'll see it sharp. If the photograph is soft, you'll see it soft. This is the only way to inspect a photo. Now, what I am seeing at 100% might be much more or much less than what you are seeing. Again, it depends on your own computer. So in my Mac, at 100%, this is how much I see. In my PC, when I go to 100%, I'm actually seeing a little bit less than I saw on my Mac. Okay, that's okay. That's just virtue of how the resolutions of our screens are set up. So whenever you open an image, the first thing you do is you go to 100%. So I'm going to go back to the layers, and I'm going to go ahead and do 100% on this one. So Control 1, that's 100%. And now I can inspect this and tell me whether this image is sharp. And I kind of go up and down, and well, given that I can almost see the little hairs on her leg, this looks pretty sharp, but I'm losing a little bit of sharpness here on the wheels, and maybe it's not sharpness. I think it's light leak from the white background. But anyway, see how this is a little bit softer. It's like when this was photographed, this has like a little bit of fuzziness versus her legs are really sharp. And the lines on these shorts are really sharp. So you clearly can only check if something is sharp at 100%. If I start going up now, I start going Command plus, immediately I start seeing pixels. So when you're seeing things pixelated, you can't decide if something is good or not. So you can't be at that. So, you know, you always have to, you know, at the moment you start, sorry, I'm doing my Mac shortcuts. You only, as soon as you go above 100%, if you're on a Mac Retina screen on a high definition screen, then 200% is also considered pretty much good for one to see things. But as soon as you go above that 200, as soon as you go to 300 or 400, what you're seeing is pixels, and this might not look sharp, but you can't tell. So you got to look down here and it's 300%. Then if this doesn't look sharp, that's because you're zoomed in too much. Go back down to 100%. And that's where you look at it and say, yeah, this is fine. I thought it was blurry at 300%, but it's not blurry at 100%. Okay. So that's a very important number to remember. Any image you open, the first thing you do is Command Control 0, Command Control 1. I'm sorry. Get to 100%, inspect it and go, yeah, this one isn't worth it. The eyes are blurry. Let me open the other portrait. Oh, then this one, the eyes are good. Okay, I'm going to modify it. You know, I'm going to work on this one kind of thing. So you don't want to spend a lot of time on an image that's blurry unless that's the whole intention and focus of the image. Okay, I'm going to go back to seeing my whole image, Controller Command 0. We're going to do the same thing with the Photoshop, and then let's take our break. Oh, I was on this one, Controller Command 0 for this one. All right. We have some of you took a little break when I was helping people. Some of you didn't take any break. Let's make it a shorter. Normally it's 15 minutes. Can we do just a 10-minute break? If you can't and you need to come a little bit later, that's fine. But if we can just take 10 minutes, that might be a little bit more helpful to be able to get more of today's material in there. Let's take a break until, let me see, I'm seeing it's 11:30, so be back by 11:40 a.m. Okay, can we do that?
Yep.
All right, see you guys in 10 minutes. I'm gonna go check in on my little sick kid. Not so little. He's tons taller than me.
Sick.
It's not COVID, but it's a really horrendous
Oh, don't you feel bad for kids?
bluish kind of thing. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna check in on him. See you in 10 minutes.
Come on, where's Zoom?
All right, we still have another minute, but if you hear my voice and you're hearing me out there, start moving back. Start coming home or come back to the computer. Yeah. All right. If you're back, give me a sign of life. If your video's on, I can see you. If you don't turn on your videos, then give me a little check mark or something. Deb, I'm gonna change. Can you change your name again? First and last name? I know because you reconnected. All right. So remember Barbara and Deb and anyone else who, and Bud at this point, I'm gonna help you after class. I'll try to close a little bit sooner, but I want to get you guys set up because otherwise you're gonna miss the whole rest of the future. Yes, Rachel, your hand is up.
Yes, that was my sign of life. And also I noticed, I don't know, in the Padlet, I remember I had the ability to edit, like if I posted something and I couldn't find out how to edit it. So when we get to that point, if you could show me how to do that.
Show me in the tablet how to edit.
In the Padlet.
Oh, yeah, the Padlet. Yeah, the people who weren't here last class don't even know about the Padlet. I'm gonna let you guys learn about it on your own, but yeah. If in case while we're at it, let me put it in the chat. There's the Padlet link. Click, well, actually that's not the Padlet link. Let me actually go to the link and show you the link. That's just the Padlet address, but the link is coming now. Okay, so that's an actual link. I'm gonna delete the other one so it doesn't get confused. Okay, there you go. So what's in the chat right now? The last thing, that's a Padlet link, and that'll take us to our class Padlet. And for those of you who were not here, then I'll point you to the video and to a worksheet where you can find out how to use the Padlet. But let me share my screen. And the Padlet is something that you need to do for me to kind of see your work and know that you're attending and doing stuff. So let me just show you really quickly what it's going to be. This is you have to do a screenshot of the work that we're doing, and then you can you're going to post it in here and show me your work for the day. This is last week's Padlet. So today we're gonna go now and do a couple more things, do a little quick screenshot and put it up there. But first I want to get a couple more things done. I don't want to forget though, because there's so much that happened today that I'm not gonna get to exactly where I wanted to, and I might end up closing and forgetting to do the Padlet. So could y'all please remind me, hey, is this somewhere where we should do the screenshot or something like that? Please don't let me close the class without doing the screenshots and showing the Padlet. Okay, so now we
Excuse me, Diane, where should we save that Padlet link so we can get to it?
I have it in the class files, so you have it there. You can copy paste it and put it on your notes. What's that?
I meant like so we can just click on it to get to it when we're working in Photoshop.
Yeah, so 4, 5, 1, 9, 4, 5. So maybe you can just make you can make by the way, I'm heading into the class files for those of you who are wondering how to get to the class files. Students, I'm just doing it fast, the Google Drive. And so what I recommend doing is, here's Photoshop shared drives. Okay, so here in the handouts, I have a how to use Padlet, what to do with Padlet, and these are the class files. So if you open it up, then there's the link to our Padlet. But what I recommend doing is go ahead and copy this and put it in, like open and bookmark your page, or, do something, put it, I have a notes open, my notes file open. I know you're in a Mac, and I just put all my links there when I need quick
Oh,
access to
okay.
them.
I don't use notes, so I'll do that. I'll start
Something like that. I don't know, put it inside, just go there and bookmark the page, right? And so, yeah, so you can get into it. All right. So anyway, so whenever people who don't know how to get to the handouts, get to the handouts, then you'll find a lot of stuff in here. These are the handouts, and this is how to use the Padlet and how to make a screenshot and all that.
Thank
I'm going to demo it as I do it one more time, but then there you have it if you forget how to do it. Okay, so let's head back here to the umbrella. We're going to go back to the umbrella. Make sure to put it on Command or Control 0 so that we're seeing the entire umbrella. And we're going to be doing something called selections. So in this, I seem to have lost my little, I wanted to show you something about that little toolbar, but it's not. If you see the toolbar that I'm talking about is this one. Hello, did I lose it here too? What did I press? What did I click on that I lost it? I'm going to go up to, it's called the contextual taskbar. And where did I put it? It's not popping in. Oh, yeah. Sorry, that's me. You need to have a files, a layer selected for the taskbar. Sorry. There you go. I didn't have anything selected because we're playing around. So when you select a layer, this taskbar here is going to give us each time you use it for a different thing, it'll give you different tools in here. So if I select the hue saturation layer, for example, it disappears because there's nothing you can do to this other than modify it to modify the colors like we were doing. But when you click on this background, then it appears, because to the background, the most typical things that people do are one of these. And so it kind of gives you a little shortcut to the quickest possible things you can do instead of going over there and finding it. So it's got its advantages and its disadvantages. Right now, if I want to select only a portion of this umbrella, the select subject isn't going to work because the umbrella doesn't really have a subject. So let's click and try it. So click on select subject, but I'm expecting it to not really know very much what to do. And so it's going in and Zoom is VDI is always a little bit slower, so it's thinking, but it's also not really able to find a good subject. And so the only thing it managed to find as a subject, see these little marching ants, is kind of like some of the lines that hold the umbrella. So in this case, this is a completely failed experiment. I'm going to go ahead and deselect that. Let's instead go to the roller skate, the layered file. Select your background, make sure that's selected. This is another example of why you can't, you have to have the right thing selected. And now let's say select subject to this one. And in this case, it should have a much easier time of selecting my subject. And I'm going to zoom in so that you can see what's happening. My subject, which have been correctly selected, has little like marching ants, we call these, selection lines around it. Okay, so that would be a selection. Now what we can do with this is we can focus on just what's selected. If I want to cut it out or change its color or whatever it is that I want to do. Now,
could you say again where you got the contextual toolbar?
Yeah, so if it's not showing up, you might have turned it off. Who is speaking? I'm sorry.
Thomas.
Okay. Do you have the latest version of Photoshop?
Yep.
Okay, because otherwise it's not there. So, and make sure you select a layer. And if it's still not popping up, go up to Window and click here. On the very bottom of all these options is the contextual taskbar. You need to have a check mark on it for it to come up. It's a new tool, guys. Thomas has been using Photoshop for many years.
I don't seem to have it. I'm on the creative, you know, I'm online, but I don't seem to have it.
Is it Photoshop 2023?
Whatever
Is
you
it-
get from signing up to the creative
Yeah.
file. Yeah, 2022, right.
So 2022 is what you have?
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay, so then it's not there. This tool is new to 2023. So you need to go to your Creative Cloud after class and update your Photoshop to 2023.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, that's why you can't find it. This is a new tool. Yeah, Dan?
So when I do the selection tool, then it pops up and it says, could not complete your request because of a program error.
Are you doing it here on this layer? Just to be clear, on this
On the
one,
background layer, yeah.
on the not the umbrella. Okay.
Right.
Is your computer very old?
No,
No, because
Mm-mm.
sometimes these things that need, you know, processing.
it's about a year old.
Yeah, no, then that's fine. Now, even if it's new or old, Photoshop is demanding a lot of power, and so if you have a lot of RAM, or if is it a Mac or a PC?
It's a PC and it's got like 8 gigs,
PC.
so it might be a little on
8
the
gigs is
most
at this
on the
point for
lower side.
Photoshop, you need at least 16 gigs. If you're in a Mac
Mhm.
and you have a M1 chip or 2 chip, that doesn't mean that this should be still working. So let me just say,
Okay.
that's a little bit weird because this is just a simple selection. But let's see if maybe it's the select subject tool that you have here that's not working. Maybe there's another one that'll work. Anyway, so right now what I want is everyone to get rid of that selection. So I have it over here, and you can do it with a shortcut, or you can do it with a Command or Control D, or you can do it by, I apologize, I need to do the select subject again. Or once you have it selected, the plan B becomes deselect. So you deselect from here, okay? This tool seems like it's gonna be very comfortable. I kind of feel like you should know the right way to do it, but maybe that's like me telling that all kids should know how to write in cursive. In the end, does it really matter anymore? But this tool is not letting you find out where all the stuff is. In the past, I would have told you where to go select subject and where to go and deselect, but we'll work on this a little bit because it is the new tool. All right, so you should have selected and deselected. Now, another thing that's pretty, and if it didn't work, just hang in there. Let's try a second one. Again, on the background, let's see if we can use the remove background, because this is new to this computer, this version as well. In the past, you had to select it and then remove it yourself, but now there's a tool called remove background. So let's click on that. And wow, it worked pretty well for me in the sense that now I can see that the white is gone and my transparency background is there. And how it happened is non-destructive, meaning I didn't really delete that background. I am just hiding it with a mask. Now, we didn't create the mask. The computer created it for us. Look at this layer. Now we have the roller skate image, and there's another little thing here, which is hiding the background. See how the background area, if you can kind of distinguish, is black, and then the roller skates are white. So that's a mask, and that's called a layer mask. A layer mask is going to help us remove, cut things out. Now, in this case of the other objects, this was already masked at some point from some other image, and all we brought was the actual object, because this same thing happened to this image in another place, and here we just inserted the car. So it's floating around with no masks. But if you do it to the image you're working with, that's what happens. You end up with a mask. Now, why a mask? Well, because it might not be a good selection. So let me give you an example. I'm going to zoom in, and in this case, I'm going to zoom into this over here. I'm going to go to Command. We're on the Mac. Command plus, 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 plus. And look at what's happening here. you see how you still see white instead of moon in that area? So it's not a perfect selection. I'm sure there's other little places that are not perfect, but I'm just showing you for sure in this part, the select subject didn't figure out completely how to mask it. If I go around in some other places over here, I think I can see that between these laces, there's still some of that background. So anyway, it's not perfect, but it's really good. Okay. So go ahead, and if you can't see that, grab your moon and put it under and use that to see. And I'm gonna go ahead and put it under this one and see over here, I have a little bit of air, that white that didn't get deleted. And over here, the laces still didn't get deleted. So, and here there's a little spot. So it's pretty good, right? But it's not perfect. So we need to learn how to do these selections ourselves if we're going to modify anything. Now, you might not be someone who's going to be doing anything that's what are you trying to say? Composited? You're like, no, I'm someone who doesn't need to composite things. Like, for example, perfect example is Ed here, who's a landscape photographer and does great photos, but he's never going to add a little tree or card to his landscape. But he still needs to be able to select things, because selecting isn't just for cutting things out and compositing, it's for modifying things very precisely. And so he might want to modify one flower, make it brighter, and you know, the sky, and make it darker or something like that. So you still have to be good at selections. Photoshop is getting better and better at doing automatic selections. In the past, this would have been impossible, but as you can see, it's not perfect. So we still need to kind of know how to do selections ourselves. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the umbrella. And we're going to do a couple of selections here with some tools that are based on color. And then we're going to go to the other one and do some selections based on shape with the roller skate ourselves. So where are the selection tools? We've been working on the move tool all this time. The next three tools that come down here are selection tools, all three of them. This one only gives you exact square or circular areas, which in a photo is very hard to find, but it's still very useful many times. And I'm going to click on it and demonstrate that. If I click and drag, I'm making a little tiny selection. And when I click again, I'm making another one, and the first one disappears. So these are selections of that area. Now, what's the point of this? And don't do this with me, but say that I do the same thing that I did before, which is just a hue saturation now, and I do that, it is only going to happen in that area that's been selected. See that? So I am isolating an area and only working on that. And that's what I mean, that if this were a perfect, you know, landscape, and you just need to isolate a flower to make it look, you know, brighter, darker, whatever, you would have to do a good selection of that flower in order to be able to do that. Does that make sense? So selections, it's what makes us have masks. So this little box that I created over there, see, it gave me a mask. That selection created a mask. This is the same mask, only it's less interesting. It's a little box as this one. It's given me black in the stuff that I don't want to see, which is the white background, and it's allowing me to see through to the roller skates. But this is a layer mask. It's on the layer versus these that we did. You did one before and I did one now. These are adjustment layer masks. See how it's not on the same layer. I'm not cutting anything out. I'm just adjusting a little bit in piece. So we still need a mask, but we use it differently. This is just to isolate areas. Okay, so I'm going to turn this off and redo this. So now everyone, let's go to this tool. And before we choose something, click and hold it hard. And you'll see that there's two types of marquee tools. This is a marquee tool. There's the rectangle or the circle. And choose either one, but for the fun of it, you can choose the circle now. And when you click and drag, you get some kind of an oval or circle, and when you let go of your mouse, that's the shape it takes. So it's a bit harder to see, so I'm doing it in some of these darker areas so you can see it better. Okay, now the key thing is that every time I select and make one, the other one disappears, right? It's like you can only have one at a time, or so this is saying. Well, nope, we can actually have more if we were to hold down shift, hold down your shift key, and then make another one. And boom, now I can have 2 areas selected. And then I can make another one. As long as I keep holding shift, none of my selections disappear. Now, what if I make a selection connecting them? Okay, I'm going to make a little connection right there. And whoa, now I have 1 area again. It just kind of added itself to that selection. I'm going to move, click and hold back to the rectangular one. And I'm going to click and holding shift, add again. Now, the moment I forget to hold shift and I do another one, boom, it all disappears. So it's really important to not forget to add shift. If this happens to you, then the best solution is to undo, Command or Control Z, and boom, you're back. Now, when you make a mistake and you immediately see it, don't go to the history, just Control and Command Z, because it's the quickest way to undo that step. If you're a few steps behind or whatever, then I'm going to make that mistake again. Then you go to the history and you kind of go up and down until you find the correction. So this is the last thing I did. I go 1 up and there I have the correction. That's exactly the same as having done Control or Command Z. Other than that, I much prefer to, the moment you notice something's weird, immediately Control or Command Z and we go back. All right, now hold down the shift again because that disappeared because we forgot to go to the shift, and then you can keep adding to your selections. Okay. Has everyone been able to, I'm going to clear your answers. Has everyone able to make selections and add to their selections willy-nilly? Yep. All right. So these are manual selections, and I'm showing you, this is the easiest tool of all the selection tools to use. Although, as I said, it's kind of the only one that we don't use that much because there's rarely a perfect square or a perfect circle in Photoshop, but it does have quite a few uses. But I'm just saying, as far as shapes, it's not so useful, but I'm teaching you how to use the selection tools. Now, I'm going to say, well, make one big selection, have a big chunk selected. And now I'm going to say, well, I want less of this. So Shift gives me more selection. Option or Alt, the option for the PC is Alt, and for the Mac is the Option key. Hold down the Option or Alt key, and now I can take a little chunk out of it. I can click over here and start kind of eating little bits and pieces out of that selection. So we add to a selection with Shift, and we take away from a selection by surrounding the piece we don't want, and there off it goes. Okay. If I were to do this with a circle, again, I'm going to make a circle over here, and it's that place that intersects. Boom, that little bit is going to go away. Okay. So that little bit that's intersecting, the tip, the corner of that little bit, when I let go, it goes away. So that's taking away. So Shift, I add, Option or Alt, I take away. Okay. So those 2 things I'm teaching you right now, one of the main things that's happening today, I'm teaching you a lot of the basics, zooming in, zooming out, and Option and Shift, Option, Alt, or Shift are in every tool. Usually when you want to add something, collect 2 or more or something, you hold down the Shift. And when you want to take away or do the negative of a tool or do the opposite action of a tool, you'll hold down the Option or Alt, because it kind of inverses the tool. Okay. In this case, I'm showing it to you with a selection, but it's pretty repetitive that's what's going to happen in general. Think of it as the plus and minus tools in the sense that we add or we take away, whatever that tool does. Some tools don't have that, but many do. All right. So if you've been able to add and take away comfortably, give me a yes. And that's adding or taking away from your selection. The selected area we call the active area, and the selection there is those lines. When we say go to the selection, we mean the little lines. We use the word select to say select the layer, right? But within a selected layer, then this is a selection of a piece of that layer. And now everyone should have a selection of some kind or another. It doesn't matter if it's good, bad, big, or small. And even if it's just a little square, we're going to now go make sure you're selecting your background. This is key, because if you're selecting your saturation, this won't work. So select your background. And now we're going to make another hue saturation, and we're going to go down to the same tool we used before, which is this little circled in at the very bottom here. And we're just learning about the tool now. So again, hue saturation, since we already kind of saw it. And what happened to my selection? It disappeared. Well, it didn't really disappear. It went into making the mask. See, there's my mask. My selection turns into the mask. That's the weird shape I had. Now, what this means is only the white part of this mask is going to be affected by whatever I do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this around and see how the only piece that's being affected is that which is under my selected area. Okay, I'm going to redo that one more time so everyone can see that. I'm going to show you how I'm redoing it by going to my history. I'm going to undo this until I'm back to having my weird selection. And now how we do this, make sure to select the background. Oh, go down to this little icon and hue saturation. And then noticing that my selection disappeared, it is in the mask. I'm going to then move this around in any way, shape, or form just to see how we performed that change. Basically, the mask makes you select the area that you want to work on and hide from your effect, which in this case, my effect was hue saturation. The black area is protected from that effect. It's like it protects that area and it only affects the area that's white in your mask. The area that you selected is only affected by whatever you do. In this case, we're doing a hue saturation to it. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if it worked. Give me a no if you need, if it's not working and you need help. I know that before, Bud, you had your hand up. What's happening with your Photoshop? Is anything working?
I think it's similar to what we saw trying to move things. It's not working.
Still not working. So you know what? I just wait until the end of class and I'm going to try to see what's happening because I can't help you otherwise.
Right, that's fine.
Barbara, remember that I need you to give me a yes instead of a thumbs up because the green check mark stays right next to the thumbs up. Sarah, hi. What's up with you? Do you have the files? Have you opened this up? You need to
still
unmute.
talking to me?
No, now I'm talking to Sarah.
Oh, okay.
Hi. No, I still have to get the program downloaded and I hadn't done that yet.
Okay, well then, glad you joined us. Keep watching and then you can work on it with the recording. Okay, so of the people who are working on it, everyone's good. Except for, okay, so Thomas, I don't see a yes or no. Did this work for you? I know that you've done this before, but I want to make sure. And okay. And Ed knows this in and out, so I know that. Thomas, are you talking to me or not? Because you're muted. No. Okay, it's a yes then. All right. Jack, how did it go for you? I'm not seeing a yes or a no. Oh, I'm seeing a no in your other computer. Got it. All right, so unmute yourself so that you can talk to me and I can show you this a little bit better. By the way, now go ahead and play around with it. Go ahead and turn this one off, you guys who are waiting, and go and select again your background. And now give me a second, move to this one. And this one is the same, but it's freeform. You make your little selection and then you hold shift and you make another selection and you got to circle it around. Go ahead and play with that one while I help people with the plus and minus. Okay, so Jack, tell me, how can I help you?
I can make little circles and hold the shift key and make a lot of them and they combine.
Yeah, good.
And then I'm not able to move them around as you do.
No, we're not moving them. We're not moving them. I'm not moving them either. That's different. I'm just, all I'm doing is holding the shift, which you said you can do, all I did was take some more away from it. So are you on a Mac or on a PC? I think you're Mac, right? Hold down the Option key now.
Takes it away, yep.
And now make another little circle starting outside of it and overlap it. And that little chunk that overlapped will disappear.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that's all we had done. And then with whatever selection we did, we went down to the adjustment layer area down here.
Yes.
Click on that little circle, choose
Yes.
again hue saturation, and then go willy-nilly back and forth. And that little area that you had selected will now have a mask. And notice, you guys, that I have another mask, but the masks I made, and this is important, pay attention, anyone who's working with other stuff waiting for me, listen to me for a minute. I just made a mask over here that, you know, doesn't have any shape or form. But if you look at these two, it looks like they're going to overlap a little bit. I'm going to turn this one on, off, and look at this one. See how there's an area here that's going to overlap? Careful, because masks on top of mask affects each other. Watch. I'm going to turn both on, and then look what happened. This area where it's overlapping is turning a third color. Imagine, once again, you put on some pink glasses, and then on top of that, you put on some orange glasses. You're going to see a different color than if you had only your orange glasses or only your pink glasses, right? It'll combine to give you some muddy whatever. But these hue saturation layers, where they overlap, they double affect each other. In this case, many times what happens is that you're not masking, you're making the whole sky darker, and then you add another one to make an area of the sky a bit darker. So you're adding upon them on purpose, but just be aware that adding on them does affect beyond not having that selection. Anyway, so I have one or the other, and that bit where they overlap turns a third set of colors. Okay. All right. I'm going to make it simple by keeping only one of these. So I'm going to just delete one just to make it a tad easier. And I'm back to just the one. All right. What I did ask you all to do was to now use the second, I'm going to clear your answers because you said that worked. And now this lasso tool is freeform. And this one is the one that we'll use a lot when we get to the nitty gritty of selecting a mask, like that area inside of that skate that, you know, was left behind. We can go in and just kind of make a little outline ourselves of that little area and then mask it out. Okay. But so it needs more precision. So if you want precision on this, you do need to zoom in. If you're going to want to do precisely something, maybe I precisely want to select that little tiny black dot that's there, for example, I don't know, that little guy. I'm going to have to zoom in, right? So Command or Control plus, and to move over to that light, tiny little area. And then I'll grab my little, you know, thing and kind of outline it. You see that? And this is not where we don't need to do that right now, but that's kind of the example of, okay, selecting something very specific is going to take some doing, especially if you're using a mouse, because, you know, a mouse is one of the worst tools you can use. But say that you are in the middle of selecting that and suddenly you go, whoa, and you go out of the way, then we're going to, and then make it even bigger, then we're going to hold down the Option or Alt and get rid of that by surrounding the area I don't want. So that's just a teeny example. I'm going to go back out and show you in big. I select something, I hold down the Shift and select another thing. And now if I want to get rid of a chunk in here, I hold down the Option or Alt, but I need to make a circle around it. Okay, so I'm going to circle and close my selection, and that gets rid of that little bite. So I kind of have to finish my selection. Let me show you why. If I do only half a circle, it doesn't complete the circle for me. When I let go of my mouse, boom, it closes it directly there. So it does close it. My selection doesn't disappear, but it doesn't go in a particular place that I want. Maybe I finish it there and let go, and boom, there's a straight line, right? So you have to, if you have a specific place you need to select, you need to complete that selection to control it a bit more, okay? Same thing, if I have something selected and now I'm going to get rid of a selection, if I get rid of a selection like that and then I let go, it might work, or it might have left a little bit there. So it's easier if I just circle the whole thing and then I'm in more control of it. Okay. All right. So if you've been able to select, deselect, that's it. These tools are the manual tools. They just are, one is you draw it, one is you have a circle or a square. When we get to having to make a few more selections, this is what we're going to use, the little minute lasso tool most of all. If any of you guys are taking any of this design, art, photography more seriously, you might want to consider getting a tool that's a graphic tablet that you can use the mouse with a pen. This is an example, and I, instead of a mouse, would be working with a pen to make the selection, so you can see how it would probably be a much more controllable situation, because writing with a mouse or drawing with a mouse is very hard. But if you're interested in that, we can talk about that at another time. All right. So let's leave this selection on. And now I'm going to choose my move tool right there. And I'm going to do something that I should not do, which if this were an important part, if this were my roller skate, I need it to stay there. But watch, if I select my layer, my hue saturation layer here, my mask, I can, with my move tool, suddenly move this around, which in this case, since it's who cares what it is, it doesn't matter. But if this had been the selection of the roller skate, this suddenly, I've moved it out of the place. It's in the wrong spot. Does that make sense, you guys? So be careful with the move tool in anything that has a mask. So there's a couple of ways to prevent that. And one of those ways is to clip this mask to the shape. And how we do that, there's a shortcut. If you like shortcuts, hold on Option or Alt, and the tool in between the two works. But if you want the way that's easier, then reopen that and this little icon right there. So we go to the hue saturation layer. We open the properties, which if you don't have them open, you can double click on this thing there to open them. And then down here, we click on this little guy, which is clip my mask. And see this little kind of arrow pointing downwards that happened there? So now when I try to move it, it's going to go, I can't. Why? Because my background is locked. So that is also locked. If I unlock my background and I move this around, then that will still, kind of not move around. So ideally, we don't want to have that. I'm going to relock it. But we could also have linked them. And so another way to connect them, if I want to unclip them, and we're going to do more work with this later, but to unclip it, I go back to this and turn it off. Now it's not clipped. And now we can link these two. So I hold on to one and I have to select another. And I'm like, oh, wait, I'm trying to select one and the other one, and it's not working. What did I just teach you? If I want to do more than one selection, what do I need to do?
15.
Hold the shift.
Hold the shift. So if I want to select 2 layers instead of 1, I hold the shift, and now I can select 2 layers. So that's pretty cool. See what I mean about the shift always kind of adding up? I can select all 3 of my layers, and that works. So I'm going to select these 2, and I'm going to right click and I'm going to link my layers. Now they are linked instead of clipped. If I unlock this one and I move this around, they go hand in hand. Okay. The clipping has to do with the shape that's already cut out. And so it maintains the cut shape, but the linked layers makes the mask move with you. Okay. So now we've done quite a few things. What I'd like us to do right now is to do a screenshot, and I'll put it up in the Padlet of this, umbrella that has areas that has different colors. I see your hand is up, Moni, but let me show you. I want ideally to see all of this in the screenshot. So don't just give me a screenshot of this umbrella, but we're gonna do all this to show me that you are selecting the right thing, that the mask is happening. And a screenshot for a Mac is going to be Shift Command and then tap the number 4, and your mouse turns into this, you know, target kind of thing. And I'm going to just click and drag around this whole thing to show my work. Okay. And then if it's a Mac, I let go, and that ends up being in my desktop. Again, Shift Command and then tap the number 4, and then you can select, but make sure to include this stuff over there. And that's a shortcut. That's one shortcut. If that worked for you and you got it because you're on a Mac, then go ahead and head over to the Padlet link, right? And then I'm seeing over there, oh, Moni already set it up, and we're gonna click on this little plus sign, and then I'm gonna show you on the PC. This plus sign, and put your name at the top, Diana, and then you can go search for it. So it's on my desktop in the Mac. So these kind of these kind of clips go to the desktop. So I go to my desktop, and there's my screenshot, and I open, and when it's there, I can do something. See how Moni here is really good at, she's saying, I use the selection tool to select an area. I held Shift to add the selection. I held Alt. So she writes these things to then learn. And look at the cute things she did. She did moons and stars and stuff like that. Anyway, so you can write something if you want or not, but I need you to at least post it with your name and then hit publish. And it'll post there. And then I can see that you're following along and doing the work. I want to make sure that if you're not following along and it didn't work, I also want you to post, because I know then what to work on and repeat and keep helping.
I will like
Okay?
to.
So I need you to post in here to make sure that you're participating in the class and that you're doing the things. And then you can also go, well, here's mine, it didn't work, or something like that. So everyone has to post in here. I know there's 2 questions here from Moni and Deb, but let me show you, in case of those of you who have done it, how to do it on the PC. So I'm going to go to how to do a screenshot on a PC. You are going to, there's a shortcut that I can't do because I don't have the Windows key. If you have a Windows keyboard, it's the Windows key, Shift and S. And you get the same effect that I just did with the Mac. You select it, but instead of becoming a file, it pastes, it goes into your clipboard. So then you go in here and you create a new Padlet and you just paste, Command or Control, you right click and you paste it in. So that would be, or plan B, you have to open the snipping tool. So we're gonna go over here to the type to search, and I'm gonna write the word snip and open the snipping tool. And then the snipping tool is going to, I say new. And again, I'm going to, select the area. In this case, this isn't the file. I didn't open the file that I worked on. I select the area I want to show and I let go. And then I have to save this somewhere. So save the file to your desktop and then post it from there. Okay. So the Mac saves it automatically on your desktop. The PC, if you use the snipping tool, you need to save it. And then you can upload it and post it from there. All right. So now, if you have questions about this, I went in depth and did it really slowly many times in the first class. So when you watch the recording of the first class, you have more times that I'm showing you. Plan B, in the how to use Padlet, here I have like how to use Padlet, how to make a screenshot. I have some links and how to make a screenshot. And if you go to Padlet itself, at the very bottom, I have a little post in green that is also instructions on how to make a screenshot. Once you know how to make a screenshot, all you need to do in Padlet is press the plus right there, select it, and post. All right. Now, while you guys are working on getting those screenshots done, yes, Moni, what's your question?
I wanted to ask, what is the difference between grouping and linking? You have the linking the layers, and because we did grouping before, and I'm just wondering.
What I showed you today wasn't grouping.
Right.
What I showed you was clipping or linking. I didn't show you grouping. Grouping is different. And there's not that much here to group.
Oh, I guess that's in.
So I'm going to show you, if I were to unlink these, which again, I select them both, right click and unlink. I could group them, but usually you group things, many more things together. And grouping would be, say that I've made a flower and each petal is a different color and I have a bunch of layers and all of that encompasses the flower. I would select all those layers and I would make a little group, which is this little folder here. And then that becomes the flower group, for example. Let's just say that this is the flower. So then when I open up, I have those two little layers there and it's the flower. So then if I move the flower group, it all moves as if it were linked. The flower moves all in one. It doesn't apply here because we don't have one particular thing, but yeah, it does the same feature. So I just wanted to acknowledge that you're right. Grouping kind of works, but grouping has it has some goods and some bads and some negatives. So I wouldn't just group willy-nilly just to link things. I would just link them first. But yeah, good question. Thank you. Deborah.
Hi, I'm
by the way, hold on. Everyone, if this worked for you, give me a yes. If you were able to do a screenshot and post it, give me a yes. You know, if you got the layers and the second layer and all of that. If all of this worked, give me a yes. If there's questions, like Deborah, raise your hand and we'll move through this. Okay, yes, Deborah, sorry I interrupted.
That's okay. Okay, so I'm as far as having put down the I have various figures that I'm holding down with the shift key, you know, various cutouts.
Right. So yeah.
And
so
I don't, but if I take my hand off the shift key, will they just disappear?
No, good point. As long as you take your hand off, they don't disappear. But if you were to click again, they disappear, right? So make sure that if you take your hand off and then you say, oh, I want to add another little piece, hold the shift again and then add another little piece. But yes, you can let go of your shift once you're done with your little selection.
Okay, I did that. And then what would I do? What do I do next? Just one other.
Okay, so once you have your selection, so I'm going to go ahead and make a little selection right here. You go down, let me make it a bit bigger so it's more obvious. I'm going to make a big selection here. You go down and under the bottom of the layers tab has this little circle there.
Yes.
Click on that and then choose hue saturation.
Okay, and I have to watch. I can't do both at the same time. So I'm
so choose hue saturation and then you kind of flip this little thing around and there you go. That's your mask.
Okay. Well, I'll have something to put on the Padlet one way or another.
Okay.
I'll try that.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? Looks like most people said yes. Dan.
So I was able to post, but when I'm trying to link everything together to move it. And for some reason that I can't figure out.
In order to move it, did you unlock your background?
So, okay, I did not.
Because otherwise it won't move.
There we go. Okay, all set. Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you.
When the description is precise, I know the precise answer. All right, good. I'm going to lower your hand unless, was that a new hand, Deborah, or was that the same question?
No, that's an old hand.
Okay. By the way, people who've taken my class know that that means, is that the same question? Because an old hand, a new hand, you know, is that the same question? Is that the new? All right. Okay, Sarah, I know you don't have the files yet. Barbara, you guys can do this with any photo as long as you have Photoshop, even if you don't have the umbrella. Select any area. As you can see, I'm not selecting umbrella pieces. I'm just selecting anything and just practicing. So if what you post is this on any photo, that's good. I know that you're kind of doing it, right? Other than that, if you're a little bit behind at this point, I'm gonna remember I post the recording always kind of, it's ready. Sometimes it's ready by the afternoon or the evening, but you can count on it to be ready by the next day in the handouts. And then you can click on the Zoom class recordings link. You double click on it and here you will see the link for today. So this is the link for last week's class and you will see here by tomorrow for sure. sometimes earlier, the link for today's class. Now, since we're almost at the end of the class and I explain all this at the end, then in the recording, if you don't want to sit through the whole thing, just go and watch the last half hour and then you can review how to do all this. Does that make sense? Because this is the recording of every single
Makes
part of
sense
it.
to me.
Great. And then here you have
Diane,
also, what's
I
that?
can't remember how to bring up the level tool that you draw a line.
Okay.
How do you do that?
The levels tool that you draw a line,
You know, you draw a line.
a straight line. That's it's a tool, but with a different tool, you can click shift and draw a line. So hold on, I'll show you that in a minute. Just wanted to show you also that here you have, if you don't have the Padlet link and you didn't copy it to another place, then here's the Padlet link. And for those of you who just joined us, and I'm hoping the rest of you did this, I didn't check if everyone did it. This is the class survey. Please do the class survey. And if you go, whoa, I never did it, then I'm posting the link to the class survey right now in the chat. Please click on that link, open up the tab for the survey, and then when class is over, fill out the survey and submit it, okay? If you don't do it then here's the link. But please give me a survey. Those of us who joined us today and didn't know about it, those of you who forgot to do it, or whatever, just click on the link that I just gave you. It'll open up and then just leave it there and fill it out after class. Okay. All right. So back to the handout, the images. Hold on. I was in this one. No, I did it in my Mac. Okay. And this version is where I did all this. Okay. So hold on to your question, Barbara, because these aren't the tools that give you the straight line, right? So I'm gonna just wait to show you that. Now there is as you saw under the rectangular marquee, you had a circle or a rectangle. As long as there's a little triangle under a tool, there's more under it. That teensy little triangle, that means there's more under it. See, there's no triangle there, that means there's nothing under it. But this one does have a triangle, and this one does too. So I'm going to click and hold my lasso tool, and there's polygonal lasso tool and magnet lasso tool. And it's possible that you were talking about, you said a straight line, so this isn't necessarily it, but the polygonal lasso tool right under that, okay? I wanted to show you something else now, but for those of you who are a bit more advanced, you can click, drag, and click, 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 and make a very angular shape. When you join them, then you get a very straight shaped selection. So you click, 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 and then when they join, that's the selection. So that's that tool. We use this one more than the rectangle because rectangles are rarely rectangular, but if you have to outline a door, then this is the great tool, because you can just click, 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 click around the door or the window, which won't be a perfect rectangle, but with this tool, you can outline it, making it be the almost rectangle that it is. So I'm hoping that's what you asked, but let me show you the last thing. If you want to go back to the tool, if you leave it in the last tool you used, when you want to go get it, it'll have a different shape because it stays in the little icon of the tool that you used. So if you want to recognize it as a lasso tool, you have to go and select it again. Okay, so whichever tool has this little box is the selected one. I'm not going to teach you this one right now. It's almost useless because there's better selection tools than this one right now. But this one is still really good for straight lines. Okay, now I'm going to deselect that thing I did, and I'm going to show you the last, we're almost done with class, so I'm going to show you the automatic selection tools. So turn off this hue saturation so it's not in the way, and go back to your background layer. And now we're going to do some automatic selections that are not, because in this case, if you try to select subject, there's no specific subject. You saw, we got this weird little selection. So this won't work for us. So this tool that comes next, those are 3 types of automatic selection tools. So if you click and hold, there's the object selection tool, the quick selection tool, and the magic wand tool. And they all have their very specific needs and uses. If you're selecting just based on color, that would be the magic wand tool. But if you're selecting and you have, you know, I'm not going to use that right now. We're going to use a quick selection tool. The quick selection tool is the one that selects based on a shape. So as long as your thing that you're trying to select has an obvious ending, then it works. Like for example, in this case, the tools here do have an obvious ending because, hold on, I'm having an issue with my mouse. Oh, my mouse was kind of disappearing. Okay, here we go. If you use the object selection tool, in this case, it'll give you the same result as the select subject, because basically there's no object to select. So right now we're going to ignore that one. We're going to use them for the roller skate. So for now, grab the quick selection tool, and then it's going to be whatever size, you know, whatever you see right now will be a little circle, probably about this big. It'll be the size you used it last. So if you used it before or not, you'll see a little circle. Up here, this is telling you the size of the circle. What does 150 mean? 150 pixels. What this means is, remember when I zoomed in really, really high? Then what this means is that this tool right now is going to select a total of 150 pixels. So look how big it looks now. This is 150 pixels big, right? As I zoom down, those 150 pixels maybe are only this size. Does that make sense? Because they're collapsed in. So that's the size of the tool. If I want to make it bigger or smaller, let me just go with a simple one, is go to your keyboard and go to your keyboard and then choose your hard bracket keys. And if you don't know where your bracket keys are, they're next to the letter P. They're to the right of the letter P. So go look at your letter P, and then to the right of that, there's brackets, open bracket, close bracket. So my close bracket makes it smaller. My open bracket makes it bigger. It tap, 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 it gets smaller. Tap, 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 it gets bigger. There's some other subtleties. There's other ways to do this, but for now, that's good enough. Get yourself a so-and-so shape size. It doesn't need to be a particular size. And now, remember, this is the quick selection tool that is based on finding edges in an image. So if I click right here, it went to the edges of the blue. You see that? It went to what it finds the edges. Did it perfectly get all of the light blue? I'm not sure, because if I zoom in a little bit, I'm on the back of the PC. If I zoom in a little bit into this, I'll discover that it didn't get all the blue because there was this edge right there. There was this edge there, and that's where it ended, not there, because it's based on edges, on shapes, not on colors. Okay. So if that happened, I can add to it by clicking again. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit. And if I want, let me go somewhere in the middle. If I want to add that bit, I have to make my tool smaller, because right now, everything that's under my circle will be selected, and I'm going to be selecting stuff that's not that light blue. So I need to make it much smaller. I'm going to make it really small until it kind of fits into there. And now I'm going to select that area. And remember, I don't want the color right now. I want the shape. So I'm fine getting that bit, everything that's here. All I wanted was that perfect triangle. Does that make sense? So, but I had to get a little bit smaller because I didn't want to grab anything that was dark blue. Now over here, I'm noticing it went over into the green. I'm going to zoom in. See how we need to zoom in and out a lot? Looks like it went into this area, which I didn't want. So I can keep kind of going back and forth, but this is a positive tool. When I click again, it adds to the selection. Did you notice that in the past, I told you need to do shift to add to the selection? Well, guess what? On this tool, it's the only tool that's automatic. I don't need to press the plus. I just, the shift, I just press something else and it gets added to the selection. See? It doesn't need the shift tool. But I'm going to undo. But the get rid from the selection still does work, which is the option or alt. So if I want to get rid of this piece from the selection, I hold down the Option or Alt, and then I kind of mark around the area that I don't want in my selection. In this case, I didn't want that little bit in my selection. Okay, so the positive, you don't need to do the shift. This is the only tool that you don't need to do the shift for. It's kind of on automatically select on there. And then you do a Option to go under. Now, once you do the negative, this tool is kind of weird because once you do the negative, it learns, and it's kind of an intelligent tool. It's the beginning of their intelligent tools. Now there's much more intelligent tools, but it knew now that you said, no, I don't want that. So now if I want it again, it doesn't go to that edge because it's like, wait, you said you didn't want it. So now it only gives you that little bit that you want. So now you kind of have to redo it. So be careful when you do the minus, because then it kind of becomes a little bit harder to get that good selection. If it's not working, it's easier to deselect and start again, because the first click is pretty good. And then you can make it smaller, and then you can kind of add that little bit over there. And if that little bit is the only thing that wasn't supposed to be there, which it is, then just for that little bit, I'm going to hold down the Option key, make this a bit smaller so I can be more accurate. Option key, and then I'm just going to drag across this area to get rid of that piece that was green, and that kind of gives me the right selection. Okay, so you go kind of back and forth with selections until you get the piece that you want. Now, since we selected a specific color, I can do the same thing. Right now, I'm not getting you any more exciting adjustment layers. There's so many of them, but I'm just going always the same one. Hue saturation, and now I can very precisely change the color of that piece only. Oh, actually, this isn't going to work. I forgot. I was showing you a quick selection, but do you see what else is changing color too? What is changing color other than the umbrella? Since I included these the bars in the selection, they're also turning a different color, which is at this point probably not ideal, but since your class is over in 4 minutes, I'm going to show you later, but you could then very carefully with a small tool, deselect only those bars. It's easier to actually alter my mask. And we're going to be creating and altering masks next week. So for now,
bars and the umbrella.
For now, if it doesn't grab everything you want, that's okay. Now, if this worked for you and you're good, then give me a yes. Basically, if what worked is just the quick selection tool. That's all. If the quick selection tool works, you select and it kind of gives you everything you want. Make another mask, and it's a yes. If you hold down the Option key or Alt key, then you get a little bit of that gone, then that's good too. So that's meaning it worked for you. Okay, then give me a yes. If the quick selection tool didn't work for you for any reason, make sure, first of all, that it's because many times it doesn't work if you don't have the layer selected. Because if you're trying to make a selection and you're somewhere over there, it won't know because the layer is down there. So make sure you have the layer selected before you use it. All right, I'm seeing most of the yeses. Let me, if you want to save this file, you can save this file, but it was a JPEG before, right? So that meant it was a flat file. But now there's layers, so we can't save it as a JPEG anymore. When we try to save it, it won't let me, even if I wanted to. The only way to save this as a JPEG is if I flatten it. And whoa, don't do that. Because if you flatten this, then you're left forever. You've altered your image. You can never go back to the image as it was, which now you can do. You can click on one and drag up and they all turn off. The original image is still there. So you want to be able to keep modifying this. You want this to be editable and changeable. So we don't want to flatten these. So we're going to save it as a layered file. The original JPEG is still there, but we're going to save as a layered file. So we're going to go to save, and I'm going to do Command S or Control S to save. And if on a Mac, this window comes up. And see how it automatically shows me that it's going to save it as a PSD. Even though I tried to save, it says save as. Now, if you said save as, that's great. That's what we should have chosen. But even if you try to save, it won't let you. It'll open the save as box and it'll give you a PSD file. So let's go ahead and say umbrella color, and we can just include to that. We can say underscore selections and masks, something like that, to know what it is that we did to this one and what we changed in it, and then you save. Now on the PC side, oh, and you're gonna get Photoshop format options, maximize compatibility, say yes, okay. That's it, opens in different versions of Photoshop. I'm gonna show you on the PC side, if you try to save it, again, since it was, that's my alarm saying it. Since this is a JPEG, if you try to save it and you say file save, because the shortcut is Control S or Command S, even if you say save, what's going to open is save as. See, it just knows that it can't save. And then it save it as type and automatically is going to save it as a PSD. So let's add here the name, selections and masks. And you guys save it wherever you want, but VDI, so Bud, I think you're the only one on VDI right now. You have to save it to the Google Drive. So I'm going to show you how to save it to your Google Drive. You give the name, then you go over here to this PC. You might have it here. Yeah, if you scroll up, there's the Google Drive. But say you don't have the Google Drive there, then you have to go to this PC and then scroll over here up and down until you find your Google Drive. And there it is. I just found it. Google Drive. Double click on Google Drive. This is just for VDI. And here you can't save in the shared drives. My file is blocked for you to saving. So you need to go to yours. This My Drive is yours. Double click on My Drive. And then here, if you're comfy with making folders, you can make a new folder and call these Photoshop files. If not, just save it right there. And then that saves it into your Google Drive, which then you can access again from VDI. You can't save it onto the desktop or something because next time you start, it won't be there. It might not be there. VDI erases that stuff. Okay, so go and save it in the VDI. If this is completely unfamiliar, if managing files is uncomfortable for you, then for now, don't save it. I need to help you anyway with your Photoshop. So, but that's how you would save it into Photoshop. Okay. So go ahead, and this one, we didn't change anything. We just worked on it to learn. You know, we added the names. We just did a lot of stuff, but nothing specific. So if you want to play with it and do other stuff, maybe try to do hue saturations or stuff to this one, go for it. But other than that, we don't need to save this one. This, you know, if you want to save it, save it. But if not, you don't have to. I'm not going to save this one. I'm going to leave it, save changes. I'm going to say no. And then this one, this is, I didn't end up saving this one. So I'm going to, I have to do on this one before I save it the same thing I did to you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and close it here. This one we're not going to save. Well, we did actually cut out the background, but don't worry, we can, it was a button. That one we can save again. So do you want to save changes? No. And then this one, yes, you save. And I'm showing you how to close the files from here. Each individually has a little X. On the Mac, it's on the left side. On the PC, as usual, trying to go back and forth. On the PC, it's on the right side. If something's on the right, on the Mac is on the left. If it's on the top, it's on the bottom. So that's how you would close this one. All right. Now, I'm stopping my share. I am bidding adieu and goodbye to anyone who doesn't have any other issues. And those of you who had some issues, I'm going to do my best, hopefully in not too much time, to give you a hand. And when I can't give you a hand, then you need to go to the Zoom. It's SBC tech support. So, all right. Have a great
Thanks,
week.
Diane.
I'll see you guys. You're welcome, Dan. I'll see you guys next week. If you haven't filled out the survey, please fill it out. If you haven't posted in Padlet, please post. All right. Yes, I know class is over. Thank you. That's my alarm. All right. I had said that I needed to help people find files. I needed to help Photoshop work. and I needed to see if Deborah, if you could give permission to your computer to use your files, right? So the quickest one is find files for Barbara. So can you share your screen and I'll help you do your files because that's quick and you can get out of here. The other two are going to take a bit more work. Moni, you're still with me? You're just trying to see, right? Good. Yeah, no, I love it. That's how you learn more, right? But okay, Barbara, do you need help with sharing or you're fine? I can't hear you.
Oh, I had a bunch of stuff open and I'm trying to get to Photoshop here. Here we go. Oh, you may not even want me to go to Photoshop.
Yeah, I need you to share your screen because we're going to have to go and download files from share Google. So share your desktop.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I have to go. I'm okay now. I just can't work this fast.
Oh, that's fine. If you have to go, you know what?
All I need to do is I need to go back and look at the last hour or hour and a half of what you were doing, and I'm
Okay.
going to be able to do it.
Okay. Can I ask you a favor, Deborah?
Sure.
You weren't able to access your files and stuff, and that's why you kind of failed be fine. And then it kind of seems like it's really fast to catch up because I've moved past you. I apologize. But when you are caught up, when life is good and you don't have problems with the files, thus you're with me. I beg you and anyone who has that same issue to, in the moment that I say, is it working for you or not? And you say no, then I'll help you. And that way you do stay caught up. I don't mind to go slower as long as everyone's caught up. It's harder when, in your case, you were having issues and so you're, like half an hour behind. Then I understand, yeah. But if there's anything that in the whole recording that you come up with that you still can't work with, then in the beginning of next week, tell me, and then I can re-show that part. We're going to kind of repeat a lot of this because we're going to be doing selections and masks all the time. So we'll get to it. All right.
Okay.
But did you get the files? Was Bridge able to open your files?
I've got files. I was able to import them to Photoshop. I've been working on everything.
Okay.
I just needed more time to absorb it.
Got it. When you said imported, that's worried me. When do you mean imported?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, I promise you they're there. When I open
They're
Bridge,
there.
I can get the files.
Got it. I just want to make sure that because there's other things that could
I
happen.
didn't import them in any other way.
All right, got it.
Yeah.
Good. Then then you're good to go unless you want to hang out. Thank you.
No, I need to go. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, Barb.
Yes.
Let's see your files. We need to go first to open a browser and go to your hand. Do you have go to Bridge? You didn't open your Bridge.
Yeah, Bridge is open.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bridge is closed.
I closed the wrong one.
Yeah, open Bridge, and then we can get your files. Now, you said you had downloaded them, though. That's the
Yeah,
part.
but I can't find them, so maybe.
So let me help you see if you can first find them.
Okay.
First, go up to on the left side. Go to your name. Click on your name up at the very top where it says Computer Macintosh Users Barbara Pictures. I need you to leave pictures. So at the very, very top, click on Barbara Walsh. Yeah. Click on that. There you go. So now we're going to search all of this, your computer, for the fall 2023 and see, go to the far right with your mouse all the way to the right and then keep going and then up, keep going to the right. And then that little box that says search, Bridge, search content, one more up, up, no, up, keep higher. Yeah, there to the right. That's
search. Yes.
Click and write fall 2023.
Fall
2023. And leave it there and then just hit return because if there's any folder that starts with that, it'll find it. And it didn't seem to find it. So we're going to go and download it again. Okay. So let's go then in the back there where you have your Google Drive open. Let's go there and download the classes. So let's head over to there. Yep. Click on that. And then go to shared drives. On the left side. Yep, shared drives. Cool. And then double click Photoshop shared drive. Cool. And now go to that first folder that's called Fall 2023, right click and download.
Now I downloaded that today. I
Well,
thought.
we'll see. Maybe we need to find it through the Finder or something. But right now it's preparing download. Wait until it's done downloading, and then we'll go find it with Bridge, and then maybe we can. But this is going to go into your downloads folder, so we know for sure that it'll download. It's going to be slower downloading when you're on Zoom. I'm going to stop your Zoom. When you're done, when you go to the Finder and see it in your downloads and it's ready to go, let me know, and then I'll help you find it again. Okay? So for now, I'm going to stop your share.
Okay, how do I let you know if you close Zoom?
Oh, I'm not going to close Zoom. I'm going to stop your share.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
And now I'm going to go help Bud.
Let me move
And when
this
you're
over.
ready, let me know. All right, so I'm going to, yeah, so Bud, can you share your screen again and let me see what's happening? This is completely unknown to me, what's happening to you. And you might have VDI issues that you need to ask VDI people. So let's try again
Where did it go?
the remote control. Let's see if it's possible. I don't know. Last time I couldn't control it. Okay, don't move your mouse. Let me see if I can do anything. Yeah, now I can select layers. Okay, let's see if I can select the move tool then. And let's see if I can, yes, it's working. I can move it. So your selection tool is working right now in the second mode, the mode called I need to select my layer to move it. So I'm going to turn these on. And in order to move let me just turn one of them. In order to move the puppy, I can't move it right now. Why? Because my roller skates are selected. So I need to go and select my puppy, and then my puppy will move. So this is where we had stopped, where we couldn't make any of this work, but now it's working in the off mode. In the on mode, this is dark. So I'm going to click on it. Now that it's dark, now it's on the mode where if I click on it, it moves. And if I click on it, it moves. Like over here, it's gonna, if I click on the dog moves. And my selection shifted automatically. If I click on the roller skates, the selection shifted automatically and it moves. So this is like plan A and plan B. So it's working perfectly. I don't know what was happening before, but now how about you do it? The difference is in that how the names are shown. And I've never been able to, let me see if there's any other way to distinguish how to change those names. Small list. Let me try large list. No. Because yeah, when this stack shows up, it's harder to see because it's just black or on or off. And reset tool presets. Okay. Still not doing it. I don't. And over here, I closed that file. No, I didn't close the file. Did I? No, I just went to the home. Okay. Yeah, I even looked it up online, but I don't know how to distinguish this. Let me do a screenshot. I mean, once you know it, it doesn't matter. But I don't know why for some people, instead of it saying the word, this little thing pops up. And there's other tools where it'll happen. Whenever you see it, know that it's either on if it's black or off if it's gray. It's a click and a click. So now I'm going to stop doing it and go ahead and you try it. Go and right now it's on off. So you have to select the layer for it to work. You have the hand tool on. Yeah, now click. Why? Are you pressing something with your finger? Do you have any key pressed down or?
Oh, do you hear me going thump, thump?
No, I'm asking Bud.
Okay.
No,
You
I use
just,
a trackball instead of a mouse. That's the only,
you're using a what?
a trackball instead of a mouse.
And are you clicking and dragging? Yeah, but it's so
Well,
weird.
yeah, I
Yeah, I can
click
see
and,
that
and hold,
it
and then
looks like a teensy bit and then it stops. But see, I was able to work it, so it's not Photoshop. Maybe it's something to do with your trackball and it's not, I mean, it has to do with BDI and the trackball. That's all I can think of because clearly Photoshop is working if it worked for me. Last time I couldn't make it work and I had all the people on Zoom, and the more people I have on Zoom, the harder it is to make it work. There it is. There it is. It's, yeah, it's probably harder to handle with a trackball to do a click and drag. Clicks and drags with the trackballs are harder. And I'm thinking that's what's happening. But in order to do like selections and stuff with the selection tool, you might need to change tool. Just out of curiosity, the trackball is really good if you're having issues with your hand, like people who have arthritis and that kind of stuff. It's really good. But other than that, it's not a very subtle tool in order to select, for example, the dog's eye. So if you need the trackball, because that's fine, then stay with the trackball. But if you don't need the trackball as a, medical need, then I recommend just for this Photoshop, for this class, to plug in a regular mouse, or if you can use a pen comfortably, to buy one of these guys, which is like a pen tool that works as your mouse. That's all I can say because it worked there. It's just hard,
Yeah, it was very frustrating, that was for sure. And it still is because I'm trying to move the dog and I'm not.
But you were just doing it, so it's working. It's just got to do with how you click and drag. You have to click and drag there, like without.
There's something to do with the clicking on this trackball.
Yeah, the click and drag, you have to maintain the click and then drag. And in the ball, in the trackball, when you click, I guess it's your thumb clicks, keep the thumb pressed down and then move the ball, but then you don't have all your hand to move the ball. That's why I'm saying it's a little bit harder. I know because I've used one of these before. My father used them, and I have a sample one in the class when I teach in person. So for people who need it, I give them a trackball. So when you hold down the click, then you're kind of limited to just what your fingertips can do versus when you can move the whole ball, but then you can't hold it down. So the click and drag is kind of tricky. Can you use your other hand to click on the button and then roll it with your whole hand? And you might be, first you need to click. So hold on. First, click the button.
Well, that's what I'm doing, and I'm not.
Yeah, so.
It's not clicking.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a trackball issue. It's an input issue. It's not Photoshop. Well, I was
Okay.
hoping that maybe that worked. Otherwise,
I'll have to get a mouse. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're going to be doing lots, selecting little bits and pieces, and you need to have full control of that. And it's not going to, can't do a click and drag. But at least we discovered the problem. I was like, oh my God, is VDI weird Photoshop? But it's not that. It's just the input. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Since you don't have much, done to save, here you kind of did a little bit of something. Go ahead and do a screenshot of this and post this.
I did that already. Yeah.
And in the post, write down, we found out it was the trackball. Just post it to me so later I know and remember, because I kind of need to see that the work was done. You were trying to do the work. The fact that we're unsuccessful, we're now discovering why, but I still need the post. Does that make sense?
Okay.
All right. Okay, that's great. Thank you. I'm going to stop your share, Barb.
They're all downloaded. I've got them in a folder on my desktop.
All right. So can you give me a share and then I'll help you find them and then I'll go. My son is
share
calling
screen
me.
again.
Share your screen again. All right, so now go to Photoshop, go to Bridge. Go to Bridge.
Okay.
Okay. And now if it's on the desktop, click on your desktop. Right there, it said
Right
desktop.
here.
You're not in, yep, there we go. And perfect. Now, I have a suggestion. Here, let me do it for you. That way it's easier. I
Sure.
think we already have this set up for remote control, right? Can you say yes to that?
Approve.
Okay, so don't move your mouse. Instead of being here in folders, I'm going to go to favorites right there.
Who's favorites?
There we go. And over here, I'm going to grab this one and drag it down there. There you go. So now whenever you come to Bridge, all you need to do is it's there. It's a shortcut to your desktop. I just put in a shortcut. So now you don't have
Where's
to search it.
favorites at?
Huh?
Where's favorites at? I never use favorites.
There, favorites. You can either view this as folders or favorites. You put the places you want to go to all the time. And so it's faster.
This
Folders
box
shows you all
opens
your-
up when I open Bridge, right?
It
That
opens up
must be a new bridge.
It opens up in favorites normally, but if at some point you left it in folders, next time you open up, it stays in folders. It opens up the way you leave it. So now I'm going to open, now that I put favorites, it'll open here. And now you go straight to it. Okay. That's all. That's all you
Okay,
do.
so I
Like,
go
showing up there.
down here at Bridge.
And then just for now you can close it.
Oh, I'm in Bridge.
You're in Bridge. This is Bridge.
Okay.
So now you can close Bridge and close Photoshop. And if you can, do the mask work and
Yeah, I'll watch your video again and
okay.
because I need to do more masking.
Mhm.
You know, I got this Wacom tablet.
Oh, you did. Cool.
But I haven't tried using it yet. Should I go to Wacom, their tutorials and
Yeah, yes, if you want to get, yes, of course, that would be a good step. But you can also put it in the simplest mode, which is just mouse. So not using any of the fancy parts it has, and then just move it around and it's just a mouse. If you get accustomed to that first, because you know how when you first learned to drive, looking behind the mirror was kind of weird? The mouse at first does that too. You're like, how does this work until you get accustomed to it? Then you can get into the fancy stuff. So if Wacom has tutorials that are like beginner tutorials, yes, definitely do those. Otherwise, you can disable a lot of the fancy features and then just use it as a mouse, which works perfectly well to start with until you get comfy with it. Okay.
Right. That driving, I'm in my 70s. I started driving in grade school. I don't remember it, except for pulling a horse trailer and my mom freaking out.
Basically, there's just so many things that we do that the first time we do them, it just feels like, I don't know what's happening here. And so I was referring to, if you go to a mirror and try to, looking at the mirror, try to write your name. And you'll see that
I understand completely.
Right? And so that's kind of the feeling, because if you're looking at the mirror, to write, I mean, your mouth, your hand knows how to do it, but in the mirror it doesn't, and that's a bit what the mouse feels like at the beginning.
It's like
and
it's inside out and upside down.
Yeah, and then after that it becomes kind of second nature, and you're like, how did I ever survive without it? But it takes a little bit to get to that. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
And
I'm
I'll
going
see you
to.
what days. Today's Friday. Oh, this is a Friday class, not a Tuesday, Thursday. Okay. I think I have too many classes.
I'll see you in the Tuesday class.
Yeah, you will. Thanks.
All right. Take care. Bye.
I hope your son's better.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go check in on him now.
Okay. Thanks.
And yeah, I hope he's better too. All right. Bye.
And I wanted to say, if is your son newly sick, or has he been sick for a little while?
He started on Friday. On Friday. He started yesterday. He was sick all day. Wednesday night.
Okay.
Right before.
I think he probably has the same thing my son had. and they're both college students, right? Is yours is a college student?
Oh, this is the one that's here, who's a high schooler.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, everyone, he had a kid hacking on him the other day, so it's like, oh.
yeah. The Zycam works really well if you take it right at the beginning. It helps.
Zycam.
Yeah, it's basically
Yeah,
zinc.
I've heard of it.
It's like,
Yeah,
so
I've heard of it. I've
yeah,
never used it.
you
Okay,
just get it at
it's been-
CVS.
It's not the beginning though. He's already been sick for 2 days and a night.
It
so,
might still
but
be okay. It might still
still
work.
work.
I mean, it's basically zinc.
It's
And
immune.
a few
yeah,
other things.
immune.
And it does, that and the vitamin C really make a difference together. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Anyway, I hope
well,
he
thank
feels
you.
better.
Oh, thank you so much for that tip.
Yeah. All right. Well, take
And,
care.
Yeah, because it's horrible to see your son suffering, you know, it's like, well.
Yeah, it's hard.
All right. Thank
I
you.
totally
Bye.
get it. Okay, bye.